On the other side of the window, so I was never in the same room with him. So that's how I met him.
Okay. Any other contact with him that you remember? Okay. Now that his name was brought up and you're familiar with it, does that impact your ability to serve in a fair and unbiased way? Okay. It's not going to impact you. The fact that his name was mentioned yesterday and he's somehow connected to some of the evidence in this case? Okay. You have a good memory if you remembered his name, so I'm impressed. Excellent. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to share with us that isn't on this note as it relates to this issue or any other issue? Have we kind of addressed your concerns? Okay. No, you did exactly what we want you to do. And, you know, I hesitate to call you down here on your own because sometimes it feels like somebody's being called in the principal's office, which you're not doing, right? But I talked with the attorneys about it and we just thought we might as well just get more information to make sure this is everything we know. So that's sort of the story. Is that fair? I'll turn it over to plaintiffs if you guys have any questions.
Very briefly, thank you for your candor on this issue. It's important to us. You did exactly the right thing, as the judge indicated. We want to make sure, obviously, going back to what was discussed during the voir dire, that all the people that are selected can be fair and impartial. And I think that you've just indicated to the judge that you still hold that belief that you can be fair and impartial, correct? Okay, great. So the fact that Dr. Zimet cared for both your mother and father during COVID, this must have been sometime in the general time frame that we're discussing in this case, correct? Was it 2021? Okay. And you didn't encounter any of the other doctors that have been mentioned other than this one Dr. Zimet? Right, okay. And relative to the care that your parents received, I think your answers were pretty consistent during the voir dire process, that nothing about your personal experience would change your opinions or color your opinions or cause you to be biased either for the hospital or for the plaintiffs. Is that fair? You can listen to all the, right. You can listen to all the evidence and make a fair and reasoned judgment based solely upon the evidence. Okay. I don't have anything further, Judge. Thank you.
We'll go to you next, Attorney Frankowiak.
I don't have anything, Your Honor.
Attorney Guzzi. Thank you. So what we're going to do is just kind of excuse you back to the jury room. I don't know how much time you need, but we'll give you like a minute or two after she goes into the room. And when she gets into the room, if you can just bring them down and stay outside the door till we're ready. All right. Thanks for coming in. And again, we appreciate you giving us the note. It's good for us to know. So thanks.
Judge?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, since you instructed her not to tell the others what happened here, shouldn't we have some maybe you could give a brief description that she's certainly not in trouble. She brought something to our attention, and
To all the jurors.
encourage the others to do so also if anything should happen in the future.
Sounds good with that.
I think that's entirely appropriate.
Sure, that's no objection.
And are you okay with that when we bring the jurors in, if I'm going to say, you know, something to that effect? And hopefully that encourages everybody else to do it too. I agree.
Right.
Okay, so I'll explain that when you guys come in to some small degree, you know, a minute or so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So that juror has left and they'll be coming down momentarily, but any issues with her or that issue, Mr. Administrator?
Say, Judge?
Say regarding her or that issue?
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Mr. Frankowiak?
No, Your Honor, I have no concerns over that juror.
Okay, Attorney Guzzi? Okay, so she stays on.
Yes.
All right. It looks like you're being given another microphone, Mr. Guzzi.
We're gonna keep trying. That was gonna be one reason that we're bring up, that if this one doesn't work.
I was laying in bed last night thinking, you know, you're just that guy who doesn't use the microphone when he's given one. And then at 9:47, he sends it in when it could have been 7:47. So, you know, you're testing the waters or what, but it's hard to get to know you.
Can we test this before we go? And then I have
Yes.
another issue.
Okay, well, let's do your other issue because you're going to be the second or third to ask questions. What's the other issue?
Yesterday, when
We
we were
worked on the microphone.
going through the questions from the jury, I probably should have brought it up at the time, but it was very evident from counsel table that he was speaking into the microphone, Attorney Mendenhall, and saying approve, approve, approve. I think that's inappropriate. I don't.
Just, yeah, shut the door and we'll just be a minute.
I am going to give Attorney Mendenhall the benefit of the doubt that it wasn't intentional. But I would request that that we all operate under the same premise, and that is if we get jury questions, that there's no conversation near a microphone about it, because I think it sends a completely improper message to the jury.
I agree there shouldn't be conversation out loud. We shut off your microphone, Mr. Mendenhall, because it had happened a couple of times. So if you remember, after the fact, you started talking and your microphone was off. And when I had heard it a couple of times, the clerk just shut it down. But I don't think you did anything wrong. And I don't know it was intentional. I don't think it was.
I don't believe it was.
But and so when you get your sheets of paper, what I tried, and jurors are smart. So what I've noticed is if you have an objection, which you did yesterday, just write OBJ or okay, so they can't see who's objecting. So I try to do it that way where it's okay or OBJ with your initials. So to them, it's just a couple of letters. And because I've noticed over a lot of trials that if you're writing objection, hearsay, relevance, and then I don't ask it. I have some concerns on them not being happy with who's ever writing a long thing. And if you write an objection, there's going to be times during this trial where I'm probably going to call you up here and just make sure I understood. Yesterday, I thought it was the incorrect insertion of the tube was the objection. And after the fact, Mr. Guzzi, you identified one that clearly wasn't an objection. So but Mr. Mendenhall, you're standing. I don't know if you have to comment on it.
Just, if the court is addressing me, I wanted to stand. I apologize. I didn't realize the mic picked up anything. I was just passing them on to Joe, saying, you know, we want to approve these. I don't want to, you know.
It came across very good.
Well,
Yes.
I apologize to the court and opposing counsel.
Again, I didn't think it was intentional, and I, quite frankly, even if it was intentional, I don't know if it was anything that bad. All of the jurors got all of their questions answered.
Well, where would potentially be bad is if you don't read the question.
Exactly right. So, so yesterday when it happened, it wasn't bad because every juror should say, wow, my question got answered. And so they would probably think, hey, everybody entertained that. So from now on, just OBJ or okay with your initials. If you want a sidebar, you can like put an SB on it if you, instead of an O, you know, and we'll address it. Good. You can bring the jury in. We're gonna work on that microphone, Mr. Guzzi. Tim.
We'll get it.
You managed to get the light on this time.
It was on
Last
yesterday,
29.
but I tried it several times. Like, turned on.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back to day 4 of the trial. Couple of things before we get started. First of all, I hope you had a good evening, and I didn't get any messages from anybody, so it sounds like maybe it was an uneventful evening for all of us, which is good. You noticed earlier this morning that one of you was pulled out of the jury room by the bailiff, and we brought that juror into the courtroom and had what we call an individual questioning or individual voir dire with that person. And just to let you know, and it'll happen throughout the trial, and we just always let you know, is that juror didn't do anything wrong. A name was mentioned yesterday that was not on the jury questionnaire. And that juror realized that they might have had some contact or past contact potentially with that person. So they wrote me a note, and what we did is just had a conversation, and all of us realized there's no issue. But we want to emphasize that what that juror did was exactly what we want all of you to do, that if something happens and something, all of a sudden you go, wow, here's a conflict or a potential conflict, your role is just to make a note to the bailiff with your number on it. It'll be brought up to me, and we'll kind of address it that way. That makes sense. So thanks for the juror who did that, and we just encourage everybody to continue to do that. Today's just going to be witnesses, similar to yesterday. I think I mentioned to you our goal is 2 and potentially 3 witnesses today, and if whoever we don't finish will spill into tomorrow. And I think by the end of tomorrow, our goal is to have 4 additional witnesses done, you know, starting from this morning. So that'll be the plan, and then whenever we finish that 4th witness tomorrow, it'll kind of be the end of the week, and we'll start up on Monday morning. I'll keep you posted on what the timeline looks like. At this point, plaintiff, who is your next witness?
Plaintiff calls Hollee McInnis.
Okay, Ms. McInnis, if you want to come on up to the witness stand. You could remain standing and raise your right hand. The clerk will swear you in.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hollee McInnis, HOLLEEMCINNIS.
All right. Your witness, Mr. Administrator.
No G in your name, is there?
It's
I think the judge had already pointed that out. There's no relation, is there?
nope.
Okay. We have met before, May of 2024, did we not?
Yes,
And at that time, we were at St. Elizabeth's, and you were giving a deposition, correct?
that's correct.
And you understood that you were arriving to that process in order to give sworn testimony,
Yes, I
correct?
did. Yes, I did.
You were employed by Ascension Health at that time as a registered nurse, correct?
By St. Elizabeth Hospital as a registered nurse.
I haven't sat in that seat. I haven't sat in that seat this week, but I've noticed several witnesses had difficulty with a delay on that microphone, so I just want to bring that to your attention so that you're heard adequately throughout the room, okay? And like I told you in your deposition, you have to make your responses verbally, out loud. Just shook your head in a yes fashion. We need you to answer yes or no. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And are you still employed by St. Elizabeth's Ascension Hospital?
yes,
And going back to May 21st of 2024, isn't it true that you failed to review any medical records, any nurse's notes, medication records, doctor's orders, or progress notes before you gave your deposition?
Objection argumentative as to the term failed.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
I was told by my employer not to review records and I complied.
Did your employer tell you prior to this trial, in preparation for your potential witness testimony, not to review any records?
There was no knowledge of a trial or a testimony at that time.
I'm talking about just now, in the recent past. Were you instructed not to review the medical record prior to coming into this courtroom?
Well, we're not supposed to be in any medical record of a patient that we're not currently caring for. So I know they monitor for that closely. I wouldn't be in a medical record of a non-current patient.
Okay. You know, perhaps you're missing what I'm getting at. When I took your deposition in May of 2024, you hadn't reviewed any medical records.
That's right.
You've already admitted that. Now I'm asking you, in the interim, at any point between May 21st and today, have you had occasion to review any medical records?
I've reviewed what my lawyer has presented to me.
Okay. Well, without getting into discussions between you and your lawyer, because that's what we call privileged, right? I want to know, what did you review?
I got to review like vital signs, nurses' notes, the medication record.
Anything else?
Nothing specific comes to mind.
Progress notes?
I have not reviewed any progress notes.
Doctor's orders?
Doctor's orders as they pertain to being on my medical record.
Right. Just so you understand, I'm only concerned about the care and treatment that was rendered to Grace Schara in October of 2021.
That's also what I'm talking about.
Okay, good. I want to make sure we're on the same page. So you were able to review medical records prior to coming in here to testify today.
Yes.
Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
Relative to the care and treatment of Grace Schara, October 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Probably sounds like a stupid question, but so we can establish then that you in fact personally cared for Grace Schara October of 2021.
Yes.
And what dates did you care for Grace?
October 12th and October 13th.
And do you feel that as you come in here today, testify truthfully, that you have a sufficient understanding of the medical care and treatment that you rendered to Grace October 12th and 13th of 2021?
Yes, I do.
Great. Okay. I want you to pay particular attention to this question. Do you agree with the following statement? Assessment, nursing assessment, is the systematic and continual collection and analysis of data about the health status of a patient, culminating in the formation of a diagnosis.
That's incorrect because a nurse doesn't diagnose, a doctor diagnoses.
Okay. So if if you wish to change that word, diagnosis, because your testimony is that nurses don't participate in the diagnosis?
Correct.
They just don't make a diagnosis.
A nurse does not diagnose a patient.
Okay. But in the plan of care or a care assessment of a patient in the hospital setting, don't you participate in the diagnosis?
I participate in the way that I relay my assessment of the patient and any clinical changes that may be going on.
Right. And you just used the word assessment, and that word was within the question that I asked, was it not?
There were a lot of words in there, so I'm just stating specifically what I wish to convey.
Okay. Let me reread the question to you, because I agree it's a little bit of a difficult question. And you tell me, other than the word diagnosis, if you agree with this statement. Assessment is the systematic and continual collection and analysis of patient, culminating in the formation of a diagnosis. Now, do you agree with that question with the caveat that nurses don't participate in diagnosis, as you said?
I guess what I'm struggling with is the word analysis too. I don't know where you're going with that. I mean, what I do is I go in and I assess the patient head to toe, their body systems for normal, abnormals, and then I report any abnormals to a physician.
Okay. Well, the question was analysis of data, right? So isn't that exactly what you're talking about? Don't you analyze data?
I mean, I don't know why this seems so difficult. I do review vital signs on patients, what their labs may be, what medications they're on. I have awareness of all of that. I would report abnormalities to the physician.
Okay. And within the medical record, since we're giving this case to a jury, presumably, well, you participated in the voir dire process when we had them all in the big room. So you know that there's no requirement here for them to be trained as nurses, right?
That the jury, yeah, right. The jury is not trained as nurses.
Right. So we have to give them an understanding of what happens in that hospital setting as it relates to the care and treatment of Grace Schara.
Well, sure. You go in, you listen to the heart and the lungs. I'm going to listen to her stomach, check for bowel sounds, check her skin, check her pain level, check her medications that are infusing. I'm going to make sure that that monitor is monitoring her blood pressure, that it's going off every hour. Going to be explaining to her the things that I'm doing as I'm there. As a nurse, I'm at the bedside for 12 hours. And so I usually would come in and say, hi, I'm Holly. I'm going to be your nurse today for the next 12 hours. And any medications I administer, I'll be talking about what those sorts of things would be. That kind of experience.
Right. Okay. And in the medical chart, with respect to the tests that are run, for instance, the ability to see normal ranges, for instance?
Yes.
So I guess that's what the question's getting at, is if you were to receive a blood pressure, for instance, that's a measurement that you're concerned about oftentimes in the ICU, correct?
Correct.
So with respect to a blood pressure, you would analyze that data. In other words, know what's a high pressure, what's a low pressure, correct?
I do know a normal blood pressure range, yes.
Sure. And if the blood pressure is outside of the normal range, either too low or too high, you would have the ability to assess that and analyze that data.
Then I would have the ability to bring that to the physician and report the abnormal, receive orders, what to do about that.
Right, I understand. What you're trying to tell us in sort of a backhanded way is you don't make orders, correct?
That is correct.
And basically what you do is you perform the functions that the doctor orders you to perform. Is that fair?
I implement orders, yes.
You implement orders, okay. Within the implementation of those orders, you often have the ability to question some orders, do you not?
I would be able to review the order and of course think about, does it make sense to this situation? Yes.
Okay. In other words, if there were a medication that was ordered to be administered, and you administered that medication, let's say for the sake of argument, Precedex. That's a medication you're familiar with, correct?
Yes, very familiar with, very familiar with.
Okay. You see what I'm saying about that microphone?
Yes.
And if that Precedex order struck you as something potentially harmful to the patient, wouldn't it be your responsibility to bring that to the attention of the ordering physician?
If I felt there was something, yes, dangerous or abnormal for the patient, I would absolutely speak with the physician.
Okay. The first thing that you did relative to the care and, well, strike that. Let me back up. You've been sitting here since the beginning of this trial, correct?
Correct.
You've heard everything that's gone on, correct?
Correct.
Heard Nurse Sam Haynes come in and sit in that very chair and testify to this jury relative to the care that he rendered, correct?
Correct.
And Nurse Haynes is an RN, a registered nurse, working at St. E's during the same time frame that you were in the ICU, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on the 13th of October, 2021, you relieved Nurse Haynes, correct?
Correct.
At that time, how many patients were you responsible for treating?
At that time, Grace was my only patient.
So in the entire 12-hour shift from 7 a.m. on the 12th of October until 7 p.m. on that very day, you only treated Grace Schara.
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned to this jury moments ago that you're at bedside, correct?
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
So my role is to go into the room, assess the patient, administer medications, make sure that we help people change their position every couple of hours, because sometimes in the ICU they can't move well for themselves, and so we want to avoid bed sores, so placing pillows, helping with turning, kind of going over what their activity, diet, nutrition, medication, pain concerns, things like that.
Take report. What does that phrase mean to you, take report?
The prior nurse will go over events of the previous shift, how the patient presented to the hospital, what they're being treated for, and usually any IV medications, infusing, oxygen delivery system would be important in this case. She was on a lot of oxygen, had been on BiPAP for 3 days, and that in and of itself is a ventilator. It's a positive pressure ventilator, so her lungs were very sick, and that was something I needed to pay close attention to. The level of oxygen she's receiving, you'd be telling me, I remember reviewing that She was up to 100% on the BiPAP, where you and I are breathing 21% room air, that she was getting 100%.
Hello,
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going a little too fast. I missed part of that before the 100%. Go ahead. Can you repeat that?
Because her lungs were sick and she was on this BiPAP machine, and it's considered a positive pressure ventilator. So it's actually a form of a ventilator. And it had been my report that she had been on that continuously for 3 days. So 3 days prior to my entering the shift, she had not been able to breathe without the assist of a machine to help her breathe, called a BiPAP mask, which for people who know anyone who has CPAP, it's similar in that the mask goes over your face and your mouth, strapped to your head, and then hooked to this machine. Different in that it has an inspiratory and an expiratory pressure. So it's actually initiating a breathing mechanism, kind of like forcing air into your lungs when you breathe, just to help take a bigger breath, help with oxygen exchange, that sort of thing.
I take it you would agree with this statement. It's essential practice to know what care was rendered to your patient when you come on shift. Correct? Agree with that or disagree?
I mean, it's just a way that I don't speak in that manner. I do need to know the previous shift's events and what's going on, you know, for the current day.
Well, we talked about the phrase take report. So does that mean, if you can break it down for the jury, does that mean that prior to 7 a.m. or somewhere very close to the 7 a.m. hour, you actually have a conversation with Nurse Haynes about what happened in the course of his treatment the previous 12 hours?
Yes, usually report will start at 1/4 to the hour. So at 6:45, he would have a conversation with me. We would be at the bedside. I could be at that point, like seeing the telemetry monitor, the heart monitor, blood pressures displayed there. I have a visual of the patient and he's giving me the information I stated previously.
Okay, great. Did Nurse Haynes tell you that he was familiar with this patient, having treated her on October 7th?
I can't in this moment remember if that's something he stated.
You just told us you've reviewed the records. Have you seen anything in the records that indicates that you were aware of what had occurred while Nurse Haynes treated Grace on October 7th?
I'm sure there were many things that occurred on October 7th. Can you be specific?
I'm asking you a specific question, not about many things that may have occurred. I'm asking you whether or not Nurse Haynes gave you a report relative to any event. Let's break it down. Let me rephrase the question. Did Nurse Haynes make you aware that he had treated this patient on October 7th and she suffered an oversedation event?
So to say sedation, you have to understand what sedation means in my work environment. So sedation is a neurologic assessment, right? Head to toe, we're talking the head. So in order to assess sedation of Precedex in particular, which you've been talking about, there's this scale that we use. Agitated, it starts with the patient's thrashing in the bed, the removing oxygen device, medical devices, that sort of thing. Next level would be restless, just an increased level of activity, some discomfort or so. Alert, drowsy, down to sedate, where I'm maybe like, hey, how are you doing here? I have to shake you a little bit for you to open your eyes and look at me. Like, this is the level of sedation we're talking about.
Let me stop you right there. Thank you. That's to your counsel. He's obviously trained you very well because you're going way beyond the precise question that I asked.
The objection to the argumentative nature of the questions. We could just keep it to the questions. That would be great.
I'll withdraw that as and perhaps maybe I need to just tailor it more narrow. I believe the question was, did Nurse Haynes indicate to you that Grace had suffered an oversedation event on October 7th? Yes or no?
I have issue with the word oversedation, so I don't know how I can answer yes or no to you, because a titratable drug is one you can turn up or turn down. So there isn't an oversedation event.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. You stated that you didn't have access to the medical record when you came on shift on October 12th, correct?
Well, I would be able to go into the computer and see like the daily orders for that day and vital signs or labs.
Give me 1 minute, please. So you recall when you gave your deposition on May 21st of 2024 at page 103, line 21, I was asking you about this issue of the Precedex and oversedation, and I asked you this question. But you would have been aware of this in the chart had you looked, right? And your answer was, I'm not sure with that computer system that we could see back. How many days back we could see? It was like a limited number of days. And I said to you a follow-up question, you can see the whole chart based on the computer system. Your answer was, I would like, I mean, this is an old computer system. So it doesn't like show it like how this was like I'm seeing it right now. And further on, I asked, so if you cared for this patient on the 12th and the 13th, hypothetically, you couldn't see, for instance, what happened on the 7th. Your answer, not in the medical record where I was documented. I could see it in other places.
It would be possible if we're going to be asking the witness or reading testimony from I guess a transcript, if she could be provided a copy. Okay.
So the confusion came in as we've switched over to a different. Yes, that was my testimony.
I guess the objection is if we're going to be referencing testimony from a transcript, if the witness could be provided a copy of that transcript to be sure that what's being read is in fact accurate.
Do you have a copy of her deposition handy? I mean, there must be one in those boxes.
Unfortunately, I don't. I wasn't going to be deposing or putting this witness on, so I don't have a copy of her transcript.
I didn't hear that.
call you later in the case, so I don't have a copy. I wasn't prepared to ask any questions of her today, so.
Sure. Sure.
To do.
I think if you want. I think the need for Mr.
Yes, that is what I said here.
You can hang on to that, and I'll just use my laptop if we have that issue come up again. You can just hang on to that. You assumed that Grace had come into the hospital in October of 2021 as her own person, correct?
She did not have a guardian listed is what I meant by her own person. The differentiation being she was coming in making decisions for herself as there was no legal guardian of record, being a 19 adult.
Okay. However, on October the 12th, wasn't there, let me rephrase that. If there had been a power of attorney on the medical record on October 12th, would you have been aware of that?
That would have been something I could look up if I had needed to.
A year ago that she came in as her own person. You meant simply because she was 19 years old and an adult, correct?
In the hospital, if you are an adult and you don't have a guardian listed, then you're your own person, as in you're the decision maker for your own healthcare, yes.
If there's a power of attorney on the record, would that qualify, or are you looking for an actual legal guardian?
No, the power of attorney needs to be activated. Probably everyone in this room has a power of attorney, but that doesn't mean that person's going to make a decision in lieu of you if you're at the doctor. That takes place when you no longer can make that decision.
Sure, I get that. Wasn't it obvious to you that Grace was a Downs patient?
Grace was a COVID patient that had a medical diagnosis of Down syndrome. And I was aware of that, yes.
You were aware of that. Had you ever treated a Down syndrome patient in the past prior to October of 2021?
In the past, I have, yes.
Okay. And you consider those patients to be, quote, their own person? In other words,
it's not my consideration. It's whatever is set up with an individual and their family, and however that's determined is not by me. I don't consider it. It's information given to me.
okay. Now, I recognize when you first come in, you're getting familiarized with the patient. You're talking to Nurse Haynes and you're understanding what meds are going on and whether she's on BiPAP or any other measures. But did you take the time to talk to her?
I do come into the room and talk to a patient, even if they couldn't talk back to me. But in this case, Grace for 3 days had a mask strapped over her face and mouth. And at this point was so breathless that she couldn't speak without it. So I spoke to her, but majority of my conversation was with her sister Jessica in the room because she's the one who could talk to me and share things about Grace.
And was Jessica in the room when you came on?
Not immediately that first day. I don't think, not right at 7.
Right. But isn't it true that she came on, or she came into the room at some point in the morning hours of October 12th while you were caring for her sister?
Yes.
And so you would have had occasion to speak with Jessica, correct?
Yes, I did.
And during that conversation that you must have had with Jessica, I assume you asked about her ability to comprehend or make decisions for herself, didn't you?
That was not a conversation I had with Jessica.
It was not?
It was not. It was not.
Did Jessica indicate to you during that first conversation you had that her sister was fully capable to make her own decisions? In other words, was her own person?
Jessica and I talked about like what kind of music Grace liked, or that she was a Girl Scout, or things in Jessica's life. We didn't cover that topic.
Isn't it true that there were no staffing shortages in the ICU at St. Elizabeth's on October 12th of 2021?
I did not feel short-staffed that day. I had all the help I needed.
And you had, at that time, 17 years of ICU experience?
At that time, I had been at St. Elizabeth Hospital for 17 years. I graduated in 2001. No, my coworkers know how old I am.
At 10:14 a.m. on October the 12th, your notes indicate that mother was updated by Dr. Shokar. In fact, you know that that did not happen, correct?
That is not correct.
What is correct?
Can I see the note? That's what would be correct, is what I put in my note.
Okay. You're saying that's not correct, but you recall putting that in the note. Updated by Dr. Shokar.
I'm saying what I put in my note is what's correct.
Because you witnessed the update by Dr. Shokar, or you were told of an update by Dr. Shokar?
Could I see the note?
A copy of that note, we're going to have it admitted as a big exhibit.
Okay.
Objection to asking this
Let's
witness.
just move on. I'll withdraw it. You recall that Grace was restrained to her bed?
Grace was never restrained to her bed. In fact, I think what you're referring to is after her feeding tube, she was kind of pulling at it, and we didn't want it to bother her or come out. So I use something called mitts, which are sort of like mittens you put over the hand, which is not a restraint because you have full use of your limbs. So it is not considered a restraint. It doesn't require a physician order. And it was in place for a short time until she could tolerate having that tube, and then removed so that she could use her hands again.
Okay. Actually, that's not what I was referring to.
Okay.
I was referring to the fact that she wanted to use the bathroom and you wouldn't permit her to get out of bed, correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay, then why did she defecate in her own bed?
Having maybe never been in an ICU, you wouldn't know that that is unfortunately common for some patients at the point that they're sick and physically unable to get to the bed or to the bathroom or to like a bedside commode. If she were able to get up to a commode, we definitely would have done that, or the bathroom. But sometimes if people are breathing so hard, they are using all of their energy just to breathe, which is what was the case in Grace's situation. And so she wasn't well enough to get up to the bathroom.
Well, you've told us already that you had some conversation with Jessica, her sister, correct?
Correct.
And did you learn that she wanted to take a shower?
Jessica asked me if she could shower in the room. Yes.
Say that again?
Jessica asked me if she could take a shower in Grace's room. Yes.
And your response to that was what?
She couldn't shower in the room because everyone had to have the PPE, sorry, nervous, on in the room. So, I mean, you can't take off all your stuff and shower. The bathroom was just a sliding door. It wasn't occlusive. These are negative pressure rooms. The hallway is negative pressure. Everyone's wearing the garb. It's not possible for a family member to take a shower in an isolation room.
Well, did you know that her father, Scott, had taken a shower in her room days before?
I did not know that.
So your testimony is that because you had to wear PPE, that there were rules against her sister showering in her bathroom?
In an isolation room, you have to keep the protective equipment on at all time, and the bathroom was located in the isolation room, which prevented her from using that as a shower. I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 29. Can you identify that exhibit for the jury? See, this is a vital sign record from 10/13/21, starting at 4 p.m.
On that record that Dr. Shokar needs to establish the code status.
No,
What does that record indicate?
it indicates Grace's vital signs.
That's it?
It has heart rate, respiratory rate, SpO2, FiO2,
Okay,
respiratory.
all right, okay, hold on. Couldn't read my own writing. Hang on to that 29. I'm going to the mark as 27. That
This would be nursing notes that I entered.
find in those nursing notes that you entered a reference to Dr. Shokar needs to establish the code status.
To the gist of that, yes.
What's that?
The gist of that, yep, that patient's mother to confer with patient's father and give a decision on code status as the patient is currently do not intubate, but a full code. Clarification needed per Dr. Shokar's conversation with mother.
So you're equating do not intubate with do not resuscitate, correct?
What I'm saying here is, I mean, we talked yesterday about CPR, cardiopulmonary, resuscitation. So it's heart and lung together. So as it stands, she is not wanting to have a breathing tube put in, but at this point she's sick enough that I have concerns that her heart may stop. So I want to know, what is the plan if that would happen? What would family want us to do? Would we do CPR? Because at that point, the patient will also get intubated. It's hand in hand. You can't do compressions and circulate non-oxygenated blood. It just doesn't make sense.
Let's talk about the medication administration record. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
That's a document that you regularly refer to in your care and treatment of patients in the ICU?
It's a screen that I can open the tab at any time.
Green. I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Can you identify that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? There are several documents contained, there are several pages. If you just take a moment to look through all of them.
So this is the record of the titration of the Procedural strip that she was on?
Is that a question you're asking me?
No, that's identifying it for the jury, looking at the record of her IV medication infusing called Procedural.
Okay. And can you refer to the time frame on that record on the 13th of October at 10:48? Tell me when you see that.
Sorry, last page.
It is medication record for 10:13 at 10:46 a.m.
So 10:13 at 10:48.
48.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah. And yes or no, does that document reflect that you increased the Precedex to the maximum dose?
This shows me that the current rate that it's running at is 1.4.
Did you increase it to the maximum dose?
There's nothing under the rate changed column. It says current rate 1.4.
You know what the maximum dose that Dr. Shokar ordered?
Objection. That's not in evidence.
Do you know from that record what the maximum rate of Precedex would have been on the 13th of October?
From this record, there's not a maximum rate listed.
Okay, you sat here and heard Nurse Haynes testify a couple days ago, right?
I did.
He talked about titration, correct?
Correct.
So this is the ability for you to adjust a medication up and or down, correct?
Correct.
You'll, I'd like you to refer your deposition once again, page 94. Follow along with me. I got to see how far up I've got to go in order to get you the right question. Well, starting on line 1, your answer to the question previous page, can you help with the date and time there? And you say, I see 10/13/21 at 9 a.m.
Just hang on one second. Oh, okay, I see it.
On page 94, line 1, your answer, I see 10/13. I said, okay, and is this reference directly above that date and time? Patient rolled onto back, assist into prone position, Precedex at max dose.
Right, that's my comment. I guess I thought you were asking if in the physician order there was a max dose listed on this specific record. So that's why I answered, I don't see within the physician order my max dose listed on this record.
My question to you was that at the max dose?
I believe you asked if this was at the max dose was listed on the record, and it's not listed on the record. I'm well aware of the max dose. I use Precedex daily in my job.
And what is the max dose?
If you go to 1.4.
When you came in, your shift on the 13th of October started at 7 a.m. also, did it not?
I punch in at like around 6:45 to get report.
Right, but they call it 7A to 7P, correct?
Faster to say it that way.
And when you came in on the 13th to start your shift, you indicated you were actually surprised that Grace had survived the night before. Isn't that correct?
She was breathing, 40 times a minute all day long. Her oxygen had been dropping the previous day, and nobody can sustain a respiratory rate like that. You can't breathe 40 times a minute for an entire day and keep going.
That's not the question.
That to the point, yes, I was surprised that she had made it through the night. She was so sick.
So that's a yes. You were surprised she made it through the night.
Yes.
Thank you. So you recall that Jessica left to take a shower at around 8 a.m. on the 13th?
I know she left, yes, sometime that morning.
Who ordered the restraints? You or Dr. Shokar?
There were no restraints.
There are no restraints at all on the 12th or the 13th?
Correct. We used those mitts, those little sack kind of things for her feeding tube for a period of time and then took them off, but those are not, in my place of employment, considered a restraint, again, because the requirement is that she has free movement of her limbs, and so that was not a restraint.
You mentioned the insertion of a feeding tube. Was that on the 13th?
I believe it was one of the days she got a feeding tube.
And you participated in that insertion of the feeding tube?
Yes.
Yes. That's also known in your world as an NG tube, correct?
This particular one was.
Right. And that stands for nasogastric?
Correct.
And when you participated with the insertion of that feeding tube on Grace, was it easy or difficult?
I believe I put in a nursing note about that. That would probably just best state it. I believe I entered a nursing note on that. That would probably best state what happened at that time.
You have exhibit 25 up there.
Yes.
Can you refer to that exhibit, please?
Okay.
Do you find any reference to the feeding tube or the NG tube on that?
So exhibit 25 is the medication record, not the nursing note.
Okay. I think so, Judge. You look at exhibit 27.
Okay. Okay.
Do you find anything on that document that would indicate to you the
This was my nursing note on that tube placement.
did you say in two places?
This is my nursing note on the tube placement.
Okay, and what does it say?
It says patient tolerated well.
Why don't you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place an NG tube?
NG tube, if you're unfamiliar, is a little tube that slides up your nose and down into your stomach.
And have you ever placed an NG tube on a Down syndrome patient before?
I can't specifically recall.
there something about the anatomy of a Down syndrome patient relative to their nasal passages that would have made it more difficult to place the NG tube?
I would have an appropriate tube for the size of the nasal passage. So no matter what the anatomy on any patient, Down syndrome or not, I would be like grabbing the proper size of the tube, small or large or whatever they needed.
So I guess what you're telling us is you believe that you made a decision as to the appropriate size of the tube to use for Grace.
She got the right tube, yes.
You got the right tube. In the placement of that tube, is it common in your experience to incur bleeding from the nasal passage?
It's something that could happen, but there's many reasons for that in Grace's case. In fact, she had been on oxygen for over a week in the hospital. At one point, with it blowing 40 miles per hour up her nose, she could have had a spontaneous nosebleed.
Did you notice before the placement of the tube whether she'd had any spontaneous nosebleeds during the 12-hour shift?
I don't remember any nosebleeds, but if you're talking about reasons why somebody might have a nosebleed, there's many reasons.
About the reasons why somebody would have a nosebleed. I'm talking about in this particular case, you find any entry that you would have made on the 12th of October that she had a nosebleed, spontaneous or otherwise?
There is no documentation of a nosebleed in this note.
Right, so we can infer from your notes that the nosebleed occurred during the insertion of the NG tube, can we not?
I don't recall a nosebleed. I didn't chart anything about a nosebleed.
You ask yourself or anyone on your staff, including any doctors, why they were placing an NG tube for feeding a patient that you didn't think was going to survive the night.
Grace needed nutrition to heal. She was a full medical treatment. We were doing everything that we could for her. And as I said, she had this mask strapped to her face for 3 days, not taking in proper nutrition. So she had to have nutrition. There wasn't anything to ask about that.
Well, you acknowledged that you acknowledged the DNR at 11:08 that morning, did you not?
I did acknowledge a DNR probably around that time.
It's in your notes, right?
It's not in these notes, but yes, she had a DNR that I acknowledged.
You didn't find that it was unusual to be trying to give nutrition to a patient that was DNR?
So DNR is if your heart stops, what are we going to do? At that point, we're not going to restart it, is what DNR means. But up until that point, you continue to get all the vital signs, all the nutrition, all the medications, all, turns, everything we do to offer comfort in the ICU.
Including nutrition.
Including nutrition.
You didn't find it unusual?
I found it necessary. She needed to eat.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 26. I'd like you to identify for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this document.
This is a medication record for lorazepam.
So you'll have a different record for each drug, correct?
Every drug has their own record.
Different screen.
What's one screen?
Okay, but this record that you're holding pertains strictly to lorazepam.
Correct.
And you recognize that Grace was on Precedex and lorazepam simultaneously.
I did, yes.
And at some point also morphine, correct?
That came later. That came later.
Projection Vegas, what time?
At 11:25 a.m. on October 13th, you see who ordered the lorazepam?
I see that I administered lorazepam at 11:25. And yep,
Give reference to Dr. Beck ordering the lorazepam.
at the top of the page, Dr. Beck, yes.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
And what is lorazepam?
It's a benzodiazepine.
Is another name for it Ativan?
Yes,
And what is the purpose of lorazepam?
it's for anti-anxiety. This was given so that the insertion of the NG tube wasn't uncomfortable for Grace.
And why was it needed?
It was given to prevent anxiety in the insertion of an NG tube.
Did you make an effort to obtain consent for the injection of that medication?
Nurses don't obtain consent. Obtaining consent is a physician role. Nurses implement orders.
Did you witness any physician obtain consent for that medication?
I personally did not witness. Also, well,
There's no question.
okay, sorry.
Isn't it true that at 11:34 a.m. on October 13th, the NG tube was placed, oxygen saturation levels dropped?
She did drop with the NG tube placement because her lungs were so sick and her breathing was so hard that removing the mask for a short period of time made the oxygen level come down further. So we had to do that quickly. I used a supplemental oxygen during that time and a second nurse to help, so it could be a quick
Did you say a second nurse?
job. Yeah, I had like a helper for sure. An NG tube placement's a 2-person job.
Because somebody has to hold her down?
No, because you have to hold the oxygen and I have to have 2 hands to be able to put the NG tube in. Maybe someone to hold her hand, offer some comfort.
So we know that from your previous testimony that she was on a maximum dosage of Precedex, and now she's on an additional dose of lorazepam combined, correct?
She received those 2 medications, yes.
And did you inquire of any physicians as to what the effect of that may be?
I didn't need to inquire because those are normal medications we use commonly in our ICU population. So I didn't have an inquiry of a physician.
And you're aware that both of those medications could be potentially dangerous, correct?
We monitor for any kind of result from the medication.
About what you monitor, and I'm asking you if those medications were potentially dangerous.
They were not in this scenario.
Are they not CNS, central nervous system suppressants?
Back to my neurologic exam, I'm in constant view of the patient, monitoring her blood pressure, monitoring her respiratory rate, monitoring her CNS.
just to clarify something that we covered previously. I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit 28. I'd like to refer to the second page. Is that your acknowledgement of the placement of the DNR order?
Yes, it is.
And were you present for any discussions with Grace or the family regarding a DNR order?
I was not.
You have Exhibit 29 in front of you.
Yes,
And does that exhibit reflect an entry at 4 p.m. whereby you, I assume you're the only nurse on that shift, that you made an entry at 4 p.m. which says no further intervention available, correct?
That's in my comments related to vital signs, yes.
And she was not in any distress at that time, correct?
She was breathing 52 times a minute at this time. I mean, it's one thing for me to say breathing 52 times a minute. That's like hyperventilating, right? Like, of course she was in distress.
I'm not asking you for any comment about it. I'm asking you if you knew she was in any distress?
She was in respiratory distress, yes.
At 5:46 p.m., if you refer to Exhibit 26, you'll note that lorazepam was added. Did you do that?
I see here that I administered the lorazepam at 5:46.
Why did you do that?
Because she was not doing well. She was breathing very quickly. She's not getting oxygen into her lungs. Her oxygen saturation is very low, and she needed to, in fact, slow her breathing down so she could try to breathe more normally. So I gave her a dose of Ativan.
In your experience, the Ativan will assist in respiration?
The Ativan assists in anxiety relating to breathing, and then trickle down should help with her respirations.
Ativan's also a depressant, is it not?
It is something that we monitor vitals closely for then. Heart rate, respiratory response, oxygen, all that.
So it's your testimony then that she needed the lorazepam at 5:46 because she was in respiratory distress?
Because she was struggling, yeah, she was in respiratory distress.
Where do you find that in the chart?
A respiratory rate of 52 and oxygen saturation in the 80s, that's respiratory distress.
Okay. And were you required to obtain consent for that medication?
Nurses don't obtain consent, we implement orders.
I'd like you to refer to Exhibit 26, and 5:49, 3 minutes later, you gave another dose of Ativan or lorazepam, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't think that the first dose or the previous dose was sufficient to cure the distress?
The first dose didn't help, so I relayed vital signs, what was going on with the patient, what I had given to Dr. Shokar, who told me to give another dose, and he was coming down to see the patient.
Was this the second or the third dose?
This was a dose I gave at 1749.
Understand that. My question to you is, how many doses were on board at that time?
That would have been the third time that day she received that medication.
Thank you. It's a PRN 6H order, is it not?
Yes.
The PRN means as needed, correct?
Correct.
Every 6 hours? Correct?
Correct.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 30. Can you identify this document for the ladies and gentlemen?
These are more nursing notes.
Right. I'd like you to refer to the time frame at 1750 or 5. That would be 1 minute after you administered what was the third dose of that. See that entry?
Yes.
What did that entry say?
Her oxygenation had not improved as it had all day. Her stats were 54 with proning, reversed her position with no recovery in O2 set. Patient sister at bedside who FaceTime patient's father to update on the situation, family providing comfort.
O2 sats dropped to 54%. Is that correct?
They had been running in the 50s. At 1700, her oxygen was 54%. And so at 1750, her oxygen is still 54%.
So the 2 doses of Ativan, dose 3 and 4, or 2 and 3, didn't have any intended effect on her respiratory distress, correct?
It did not help her respiratory distress.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Once again, can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this document represents?
This is the medication administration of morphine.
I'd like you to pay attention to 1815 or 615. What does it indicate there?
That she received 2 milligrams of morphine.
And who ordered that morphine?
Dr. Shokar.
You discussed that order with Dr. Shokar?
This was during an emergency situation when we were both bedside. The patient's, so he was right next to me.
Second, you just answer his
Okay.
question, please, and don't
Okay.
step over.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe it's safe to say that you were aware that with the introduction of that morphine dosage at 6:15 p.m., she already had 3 doses of Ativan on, in addition to max dosage of Pressman, correct?
Correct.
Did you have a discussion with Dr. Shokar about those medications at that time? Yes or no?
No, not at that time.
I'd like you to go back to Exhibit 25, which I believe you have. I'd like you to pay attention to the 1837 entry of 6:37 p.m.
On which date?
Exhibit 25.
Okay. Which date are we looking at? It starts at 10:07. Okay.
What did you do at that end?
I'm documenting that the Precedex is stop drip now per Dr. Shokar, restart as needed.
Later, you refer to exhibit 31. That would be 6:45 or 18:45. You gave morphine and it's indicated for pain, correct? Yes or no?
That I couldn't answer the indication because it's not listed on this piece of paper.
What's not listed?
What the morphine is indicated for, the indication of the medication.
Here is exhibit 32. Please identify this exhibit.
This would be her 4 o'clock pain assessment, stating that she is not in pain.
My eyes just crossed looking at these records. I apologize. But do you have .32 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Does that document indicate whether or not she was in pain?
That's the 4 o'clock pain assessment stating no.
I'm hanging with what marked as exhibit 31. Tell me whether or not there's any indication relative to giving the morphine.
Okay, yes, I see it says PRN reason pain.
Relative to the morphine.
Yes.
All right, so this will be a good time to take a break. So you can sit down, Ms. McInnis, and we'll start back up with you as soon as we get done with the break. Members of the jury, we'll probably end up taking, I think 20 minutes is what we normally have done in the morning. So when you go back to the jury room, just a reminder not to discuss this with anyone, including each other, and we'll get you back in here when all of you are ready to go. The jury is excused. exhibits 26 through 32 were referenced and identified by the witness. Any objection to those being received?
No objections.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so those are received. What I'd like you to do, Mr. Administrator, is sometime during the break, let's mark the deposition transcript, or if you have the original or that was referenced, and that'll have to get an exhibit sticker, and so let's work on that.
Sure.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have something.
Yes.
A quick question on the marking of the exhibits. I know that Your Honor wants them sequentially marked. The issue is we also have to provide the exhibits. We're trying to the day before, morning of, and we could be providing exhibits that come with later witnesses. And so we're trying to understand how to mark them when we don't necessarily know what number will be on, depending on the testimony, 2 witnesses down the line.
I would think, like, I'm making this up, but with Ms. McInnis, somehow you had 26 through 32 marked.
Yeah.
And then if the deposition transcript is going to be used, which we'd probably all expect for every witness, we might as well mark it just to be safe. That should have been included. And then eventually, if there's another document that pops up, we would just do whatever the next exhibit sticker is for you,
Sure.
in the order that we're doing. So, for example, if Dr. Shokar is up to 60 and Dr. Berdine was up to 80, then it would be 81. Just, I don't want to complicate things, and I'm trying to keep it.
For example, if Ms. McInnis would not have been impeached on a piece of her deposition, that would be gone and not an exhibit. But then we have Dr. Berdine later today. Does the court not care if we just skip numbers? Like if I say I want to start at, Dr. Berdine's exhibits in the 60s.
To mark her transcript, it's just say 33, and you didn't mention it, then 33 would never have been offered or received. So again, it's okay to have something marked and not offered or received, as opposed to kind of what's going on. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Judge, I only have 2 additional exhibits for this witness, 33 and 34. So is it okay with you if I mark the transcript 35?
The next one, the clerk said that's the next one. So yes, that's great. So why don't we do the transcript as 35? Any objection to that being received?
No objection.
26 through 32 and 35 are received.
Transcript is 35.
Okay. All right, good. Thanks for getting that done. Anything else from the plaintiff before we take a break? From defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I think that the jury needs that 20-minute window for the one juror. So I would think that soonest we're going to be back is, 10 o'clock on this clock. So why don't we just plan on that? All right, we'll see everybody then. client can lay a foundation that, yes, this is the letter from my attorney, right? I mean, that would be proper foundation. I'm aware of it. I'm familiar with it. I authorize my attorney to do it.
Yeah, but how does he testify as to the statements that I made in the letter?
Well, so if your objection is foundation, I don't see a basis to it. So if there's another objection, so when you're saying how can he testify to the truth of it, then are you talking hearsay or?
I think it is hearsay. And I also think that, I mean, first of all, I just saw this 5 minutes ago. So
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to really.
I mean, let me take a look at it. If you can give me a copy of the letter, I haven't seen it.
This is the only copy I have.
Okay, so you keep it, but we'll maybe just photocopy it if you don't mind. If you want me to look at it so I can see what you're talking about, you can bring it up. And then we'll talk about it before Dr. Shokar takes the stand. How does that sound? Or before it's mentioned? So just don't mention that letter until we have a chance to talk about it.
Right, right. It won't be mentioned during this examination.
Okay. Anything else then, Mr. Guzzi, now?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the plaintiff?
No, sir.
Okay.
What are we doing about this restraints thing? That's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Owner's Spring.
Do you want me to get into? Obviously, I need to get into this. But
No.
this one.
Yeah.
All right, you may be seated.
Yeah.
If you want to come on up to the witness stand.
Should be in your. I saw it earlier.
All right, so we're going to just continue with the examination of Ms. McInnis. She's still under oath. We'll go about an hour and a half and then we'll break for lunch. So, shortly after 11:30, if we just stay on with that clock. Your witness, Mr. Administrator.
So Nurse McInnis, you're still under oath. And I want to move into the issue of whether or not this patient was somnolent. Familiar with that term?
Yes, I am.
And do you use that term in your charting?
I do.
What does it mean?
Little or no response to stimulation. Like here, if I'm tapping her on the shoulder saying like, hey, how are you doing? She's not gonna open her eyes or maybe just barely flutter them and not be able to like interact with me in a meaningful way.
Okay. So certainly she's not agitated if she's somnolent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you have exhibit 29 in front of you. Fair? Lost track of what you've got.
Let me just take a look here. Yes, I have it.
Can you review that document for me and tell me if you have charted both at 4 and 5 p.m. that the patient was somnolent?
At 4 p.m., I just charted labored. At 5 p.m., I charted somnolent and labored respiratory quality.
So there's no reference to somnolence at 4 p.m.?
Not, no.
And what did you say you charted? at 4?
Respiratory quality labored.
All right. You got my 30 and 35, right?
I haven't touched
Okay. You have, I'm sorry, just give me 1 second, please. I want to put a mark as exhibit 30. Identify that as number 30.
These are a vital sign record from 5:30.
And do you show a reference to the patient?
Yes, I do.
How about 6:09 p.m.?
It states somnolent.
So she's somnolent at both 5:30 and 6:09.
Correct.
Your chart. I marked as exhibit 34. You can take a look at that. Specifically, I would draw your attention to 1837 or 6:37 p.m. Is there a reference to her being somnolent at 6:37 p.m.?
Yes, there is.
Okay, great. And your shift ended at 7, correct?
6:45, I start giving report and had
6:45 what?
to give report and then pack up.
You've already marked your deposition transcript after the jury left as exhibit 35, correct?
Correct.
And you checked, or you clocked out that
I do not know.
which is marked as exhibit 36. Does this help to refresh your recollection?
I just honestly can't read this.
Name on it? I know the print,
Yeah, yes, I see my name.
print is microscopic. That's all we can get from the hospital. Can you tell what the time is on that?
I cannot.
7:36.
Okay. Okay.
Can you see that?
I can't.
Does it make sense that you would have clocked out at 7:36 p.m. on the 13th?
Sure. Report, transfer of patient care is 6:45. Then I'm just finishing up any little tasks I have. I mean, just because my shift is over doesn't mean there's not like maybe another call light down the hallway I'm walking past that I'm answering. I'm changing my clothes because this was COVID time and I didn't want to bring this home to my family. So I would completely change, probably drink a liter of water in the break room because I hadn't drank all shift, head home.
had a drink all shift?
I mean, that's an exaggeration, but it was busy and hard, hard to get breaks.
And what time did Grace pass away?
That I don't know.
Don't your records reflect that?
I don't have a record that reflects that.
Do you remember?
I do not.
Did she pass away on your shift?
She did not. I had transferred care to the next shift and was heading out.
And was what?
Heading out, heading home.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if I indicate to you that she passed away at 7:28 p.m.? Does that help refresh your memory?
No.
So you cared for this patient for 12 hours, each of 2 days. Left. She passed away on the 13th.
I had already left. I had transferred care to the next nurse, left the unit.
Did you go back to the unit to check?
I did not.
Did you have any opportunity to speak to the family before you left the hospital that day?
The family, Jessica was in the room when I was in the room with Dr. Shokar and during the time we were monitoring her. So, I mean, I was speaking with her all day long.
Did you have an occasion to, while you were on shift, to hear Jessica call out for help with regard to indicating there was no DNR? Were you present then?
I was not.
You already left the unit.
I have no recollection of this.
You don't have any recollection of a code?
I do not.
One moment, Judge.
What I'd like to do is, since Exhibit 36 is not marked, I'd like to mark that first of all.
I think, do I not get that, an opportunity to ask a question?
Let's just clear up. And then any objection to receipt of 33, 34, and 36? Lucy, any objection?
No.
Okay, so 33, 34, and 36 are received. And Attorney Frankowiak, you're not asking questions at this time. You're going to call her later in the case.
That is correct, Your Honor. I reserve my right to call her on the defense case in chief.
Attorney Guzzi, you're going to ask questions?
Just a couple. Nurse McInnis, still have exhibits in front of you, or they've been taken?
I have the exhibits.
At 6. I believe the morphine administration record.
Okay.
And in the middle of the page, it notes something about a respiration rate.
Yes, it says respiratory rate 55, given for work of breathing.
Understanding in your conversations with Dr. Shokar was that the purpose of administering that morphine was to ease the work of breathing or help with the work of breathing.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what work of breathing means, what that phrase means?
Just she was breathing so hard, breathing 55 times a minute. I mean, nobody can sustain breathing that fast. You can't even picture what that would be like. If you would want to know, I would say tonight when you're laying in bed, grab your phone, grab your watch, and take 55 breaths in a minute and see how you feel. Do that for 5 minutes and see how you feel, because Grace had been doing that for hours. She'd been breathing like that for hours.
At the time that dose of morphine was administered, did you feel it was an emergency situation?
It was absolutely an emergency. Her oxygen was low, her respiratory rate was really high.
And when you administered that medication, did you do so for the purpose of harming Grace Schara?
I did not.
Did you administer that medication for the purpose of helping Grace breathe and stay alive?
Yes.
Same questions with regard to the lorazepam earlier in the day. At the time that you administered those medications, did you consider the situation to be emergent?
I did. I did.
And when you administered those medications at 1746 and 1749, did you do so for the purpose of providing care and treatment to Grace and help her work of breathing?
Yes, I did.
And did you do so with the intent of trying to help Grace survive COVID-19?
Yes, I did.
Did you administer those medications for the purpose of causing harm to Grace Schara?
I did not.
Did you administer those medications to cause impairment to her bodily condition?
I did not.
Did you administer any of those medications for the purpose of worsening her condition?
No.
You were asked about the DNR order. DNR does not mean do not treat, is that correct?
That's correct.
So even if a DNR order is in place, hospital staff and doctors still are attempting to treat the underlying condition that has brought the patient to the hospital.
Yes. Yes, full medical treatment.
Nothing in Grace's condition, nothing changed in that regard.
Nothing changed.
She was still receiving medications to treat COVID-19.
Yes. Yes.
Attempting to provide her with nutrition.
I was.
Everybody's hope at that point in time and goal was to help Grace get better and leave the hospital at some point in time.
That was the goal.
Thank you, Nurse McInnis.
Redirect, go ahead.
Following up on those questions from Mr. Goosey, is fast breathing a bodily condition?
Fast breathing is a result of your respiratory rate.
Is it a bodily condition?
I mean,
Yes or no?
I don't know how to answer that. A bodily condition. I mean, I guess I don't understand how bodily condition relates.
Well, you were able to respond to Mr. Goosey when he asked you questions about bodily condition. Question is fast breathing a bodily condition?
I mean, yes, you're using your body to breathe, so.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
And with respect to the administration of morphine, it was your intention to slow the breathing, correct?
Grace was breathing at 55 times a minute and she needed to breathe slower. So yes, it was the intention to slow her breathing.
And also with respect to the administration of lorazepam, it was your intention to slow the breathing.
That is correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Guzzi?
Yes, one quick question, or maybe two. In
terms of slowing her breathing down, Nurse McInnis, at the time those medications were administered, her respiration rate was in the 50s?
Correct.
Was the intent in reducing her respiration rates to try to get it into a normal range?
It didn't get to normal. It got down to the 30s.
I understand, but the intent was to bring it down to or attempt to bring her respiratory rates into a normal range.
Yes,
It wasn't designed, the purpose in administering those medications was not to reduce her respiratory rate to a level that would be considered abnormal.
correct.
All right, do any member, or do you have more?
No, just for the record, I want to reserve my right to further cross-examination based upon Mr. Frankowiak questioning.
And that is granted.
Okay.
All right, so do any members of the jury have questions for this witness? If you could just raise your hand. Okay, so it looks like we have two. And just remember, if you could use a full sheet of paper and make sure your juror number is on that sheet of paper. Remember, they're going to go to the attorneys first. All right, so I'm going to mark as exhibit 513, question from juror number 386. Exhibit 514 as questions from juror 386. And exhibit 515, questions from juror number 587. Questions are the following. Where is the power of attorney listed so that nurses are aware of the power of attorney?
So back when Grace was in the hospital, it was a paper form that would be we had a paper chart at that time. So you flip it open, it would be paperwork in a clear pocket in the front of the chart that was outside the patient room.
So it'd be a hard copy, not on the computer?
Right.
And I think the follow-up would be, were you aware at that time in October of the power of attorney for Grace? Was it in that packet?
Yes, it was in her chart.
Outside of her room?
Right.
And you were aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Was the lorazepam medication given on October 13th able to be administered without further instruction from a physician? I.e., would the original order from Dr. Beck suffice for any nurse during the patient's stay to be able to administer that drug based on his or her discretion?
That is how it works. The doctor puts the order on the chart for the medication and the reason for it. And so then I go under the as needed list to see if she needs something and I'm able to give it off that order.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Do you have any documentation of the time that you spent in the room 2029 with Grace on October 12th and or on October 13th and actually in the room?
I don't have, I like don't tally up the amount of time, but for example, to go in and do an assessment of an ICU patient, reposition them, give medications, that kind of a thing, that would take, I would say, at least a half an hour. So if you're looking at hourly increments, and then every 2 hours at a minimum, we go in and reposition people. For Grace, I think it was a little bit more because we were also trying to do this prone positioning, which was supposed to be helpful for her to lay on her stomach. And then I'm with her that whole time because she wasn't able to tolerate it well, just trying to make that work. And the times that I'm not physically right at the bedside with her, I have direct line of sight, again, monitoring her monitor, all the vitals, the pumps that are infusing, and her oxygen delivery system.
Okay, so you do not have documentation, correct?
That's the short answer, no.
Okay, but you do have sort of a recollection, and your recollection would be what you just summarized?
Yes, that's very typical of an ICU care.
And then this question distinguished between the 2 days of October 12th and October 13th. Does your recollection differ between those 2 days in terms of the time spent in, and they underline the room, in the room?
It would be the same, just that's the routine.
Okay, and then the next question is, did you have any conversations with Grace?
I don't remember having a conversation with Grace because I remember her breathing so quickly that she wasn't able to have breath to have a conversation. But I do know that I was able to make eye contact and come in and just say, hey, I'm Hollee, I'm going to be your nurse for today, and try to comment. I mean, usually I try to comment on if there's pictures up in the room, if somebody has like a pet or a toy or something that's important to them, and just to be conversational about my time spent in the room with a patient. I talked more with her sister because she could talk with me.
And that might lead into the next question that's on Exhibit 515. It says, what were some of the special or personal conversations not yet shared here at trial did you have with Grace or with Jessica as the POA or advocate?
With Jessica, we talked about what kind of music Grace liked, and sometimes I'll put up on like YouTube on the computer so she could hear music in the background if she didn't want the TV on, or just to help her relax. And I think her sister mostly had a playlist on her phone that she was playing for her. And I mean, her sister shared with me that they had lost their brother the year prior and how hard that was and how important it was for Grace to get better. And I just had all the empathy for that situation. Her sister talked about her children and how her husband worked with her father and their family business and things like that. No, I feel like I'm rambling. Was that the question?
I think that is, yes.
Okay.
When did Grace receive nutrition in the tube?
So as soon as the tube gets put in place and we x-ray to confirm that it's in her stomach, then there's another pump similar to an IV pump that runs the nutrition container. So it would have been shortly after the tube was put in place that the nutrition was started.
Do you remember when that was?
That happened on the 13th.
At approximately what time?
I would have to guess maybe 12:30.
And you don't, I don't think they want you to guess. So if you can go through the exhibits in front of you.
Okay, so my nursing note says that the feeding tube confirmed in place, tube feeding started, and that was at 1:59 on 10/13.
1:59 p.m.
Correct.
The next question is, did Grace respond well to the nutrition given? And then kind of as a subcategory, how did she improve? So if you just want to answer those two.
She didn't improve. There was no visible response to the nutrition given. It runs at a slow rate in the tube, designed for your body to kind of take those nutrients and help you heal. And so there wasn't a response in the time that I had with her after I started the tube feeding that I could appreciate.
Did you see any improvement
There was no improvement.
given by tube up until the time of her death at 7:28?
The nutrition was running in the tube when I left my shift that day.
Good. Any other questions from any of the jurors? Mr. Administrator, any follow-up to those questions and answers?
That you talked to Jessica about music and YouTube, but did not discuss DNR or POA, power of attorney with her.
That's right.
Discussed music, but did not hear her cry out for help and indicate to the nursing staff that her sister was not a DNR.
I did not.
My understanding from your testimony that DNR does not mean to stop treating the patient, does it?
DNR means at the point that your heart stops, you don't receive compressions to circulate the blood and oxygen like intubation, but until that event would happen, you get full medical treatment. Nothing changes. You get everything you were getting before.
One moment, Judge. Do I need to
Further. Attorney Guzzi, any questions? Do any members of the jury have any additional questions based on those? So we have one hand.
Yeah.
As exhibit 516, the questions from juror 262. The question is the DNR order written outside of the door as well?
So it wouldn't be on the door just for patient confidentiality. They can have like a wristband on that would say DNR, and then it's listed in the patient's chart.
Okay, so it's not visible by everyone?
No, not visible by everyone on a door.
Okay. I know the next question would be, did Grace have a wristband on like you just mentioned?
I can't honestly remember if she did or didn't.
Okay. Is there a reason why she wouldn't if she was DNR?
There isn't a reason. It would have just been if I had remembered to put it on her. So she most likely would have had one on.
Okay.
I just don't have a specific memory about that.
So in terms of answering this question, so it's not outside the door, it'd be either in the computer system for sure, and then also by a wristband.
Yep, and then on a paper chart at that time there was a sticker.
And I know they're gonna add, what does a paper chart mean?
Okay, so now we do everything on the computer, but we used to have like a book outside the patient room and a shelf that would have this information that you're asking about on. That's the paper chart, maybe similar to a clinic if you've ever been to and they walk into the room with something.
Okay, so just let me just make sure. So go back to the original question that the juror asked. The DNR order then would be outside of the door in a book?
Correct.
Okay, and then it would also be on the computer, and it would also be potentially
on her wrist. Yep.
Okay, and in Grace's situation, was it in the book outside of the room?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the juror based on that? Okay, Mr. Administrator, back to you.
If she were a DNR, it would not only be in the chart, but she would have a wristband. Correct?
We usually try to indicate that, yes.
So if she didn't have a wristband that said she was a DNR, that would have been the explanation for that would be simply that you forgot to put it on. Is that what you just said?
If she didn't have one on, it would be because I had not put it on.
Nothing further.
Attorney Guzzi?
The wristband that, I'm sorry, Jason.
No.
He's not asking questions, so but if you want to ask anything on the juror follow-up, I imagine you'll do it on your direct examination, Mr. Frankoliak. You'll do it when you call her as a witness?
I intend to call her as a witness.
Okay.
Yes.
The DNR bracelet that you're talking about, or the wristband, that's something that's printed out and included, for example, with the like the admission wristband.
It's similar to what's printed out for an admission wristband.
It's not a metal bracelet, is it?
No, it is not. It's a plastic bracelet.
Thank you.
Any follow-up on that?
What color is the wristband?
Purple. Purple.
Colors the admission wristband.
And is that confused with the admission wristband? What color is that?
That one's white. It is not confused.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions from the jurors? Excellent. Ms. McInnis, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony. Plaintiff's next witness.
May have calls Dr. Shokar.
Doctor, come on up to the witness stand.
You want to take an opportunity to discuss this matter outside the presence of the jury?
Are you going to get to that in the first hour of the testimony?
Yes, sir.
I
would.
Dr. Shokar, you can come on up and we'll swear you in first. So if you could raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Gavin Shokar, Gavinshokar.
All right. Counsel, you want to approach? So I'm going to ask if you could just step out. We'll get you back in here as soon as we can. You can be seated. Do you want your client back by you, Mr. Guzzi, or should he stay up here?
Yeah, yes, so please.
I've been meaning to ask. I imagine you are sleeping well and everything, right? So everything was good?
Yes, it was successful C-section.
Okay, well, congratulations. All right, so during the sidebar, I tried to get an understanding, and I instead of repeating everything that we said at the sidebar, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to lay out what I said at the sidebar, and then we'll kind of do things. So first of all, what happened yesterday with the DSPS information, in my opinion, shouldn't have happened. I'm glad I made a record of it last night, because then I'll be consistent with what I'm about to say today. So when Attorney Frankowiak, I think you got into the areas of the DSPS initially that I thought were questionable. Attorney Guzzi, you then expanded on that. When it went back to redirect of Mr. Schara, I allowed redirect. My concern is, the DSPS case is not this case. It's a different burden of proof, it's different rules, and I just don't see any benefit or value in providing information to the jury about what that group or board did or did not do. Now, that got violated yesterday. And I asked you last night, Mr. Boylan, because I wanted to be clear, and you told me that that was done strategically. And as long as you were doing it strategically, then I'm fine, because I'm not going to try your guys' cases for you. I promised you that. And then you even told me that it was strategic because you wanted to get in front of the jury that they did no investigation, which is exactly what Mr. Schara said during his redirect. So now we're going to fast forward to this letter today. And with the letter today, what I said during the sidebar is much of what I just said right there. And then you said, Mr. Boylan, that you want on direct examination of Dr. Shokar only one part of Attorney Guzzi's letter, and that part is on page 7 of 8. The second paragraph, and specifically the second line of that paragraph, which reads, Dr. Shokar did not place any orders for lorazepam or Precedex. So that's the part you want to get in. So I'm just going to kind of turn it over to you, and you can make a record of it. Okay.
Which is that my memory of how the process came about with the DSPS was I didn't raise the DSPS. The DSPS was raised by the defense under cross-examination.
That's absolutely wrong.
True.
Absolutely wrong. The record will reflect that Mr. Schara mentioned the DSPS complaint, and that put us in the position where there's now testimony that a complaint was filed against Dr. Shokar in the hospital.
I agree with that. I don't know if I'm bothered by what Mr. Schara said. I think where I became uncomfortable was the questions that Mr. Frankowiak and then Mr. Guzzi, you asked without objection. So it first came in by Mr. Schara during his answers, and it wasn't asked by the defense. That's my recollection, but I still wouldn't have let anything else in had the plaintiff stood up and objected. But last night I was glad to hear that you did it for strategy. Because then, okay, good, it wasn't a clear error, and you guys were doing it intentionally for some strategic reason, which is fine. So both of you got in front of the jury what you wanted to have them hear yesterday about it. Now, what I'm focused on is this paragraph. So I don't know how you're gonna impeach the doctor with the sentence that his attorney makes. So what I said during the sidebar is, I don't know what the true answer is. So let's just pretend that Dr. Shokar placed an order for either lorazepam or Precedex. And he testifies that today. Then I took it from the sidebar that you want to impeach him with a comment that his attorney made to the DSPS, which would prove that his attorney was misleading the board or misleading them, and that their investigation was based on false information. I think that's what you told me.
I think that goes a little further than what I would say. It's not that I want to impeach Dr. Shokar, and Judge, I want to explain what I meant by strategic. The defense then came in, and as you outlined, they both started asking questions about the DSPS investigation. They then gave the jury the impression that the DSPS had essentially cleared Dr. Shokar. Mr. Schara would be the witness who could testify to the fact that the information provided to DSPS was not accurate. He couldn't testify to that. So I had to strategically say, I'm not going to follow up with Mr. Schara on this. I am going to wait to ask Dr. Shokar if he knows whether I put this letter in or not, to ask Dr. Shokar if he knows whether DSPS, in clearing him, was provided with accurate information.
Let me just kind of give you my answer to that. What the jury knows right now is that there's some board that governs doctors in the state of Wisconsin. They probably don't even remember the initials. That I would think it's fair that they conclude that Mr. Schara and his family, as well as a second person, filed complaints with that board, and they were quickly dismissed without any investigation. That's what they know. And I just don't see a benefit that we're going to suggest that attorneys were involved in H-page letters and their representations, and they relied on information that was accurate or not accurate, because I don't know what they relied on. And to suggest to the jury that they relied on part on that, I just think is unfair unless we're going to try that case here. So the rule is we're not going to get into that for now.
Would I be able to, would we be able to, because Mr. Administrator is going to be doing this exam, would Mr. Administrator be able to, if he gets Dr. Shokar to this point, to ask him about if he knew that there were problems with these drugs? Why was this representation made to DSPS that he didn't have anything to do with it? And I think it goes to the fact that he knew there was problems if he did. Why is that in that letter?
Why it's in the letter?
A simple mistake by the attorney.
He asked Dr. Shokar, why were the regulators told that he didn't have anything to do with these medications?
Here's what I'm going to rule for now is, why don't we just start with Dr. Shokar's testimony? This letter isn't going to be referenced. You have already said you're not using it to impeach Dr. Shokar. And so at lunch, we'll have a better opportunity. I'll have a better understanding of what Dr. Shokar's testimony is. I asked you guys at a sidebar a couple days ago who made the order, and I still don't know the answer to that. So once we figure out what Dr. Shokar's testimony is, we can revisit this issue. But for now, that's my ruling. I think it's confusing. I think it's misleading. I think we're getting into this whole deep DSPS case, which we shouldn't have gotten into originally. And I don't think it's good just to get in further, because both of you got what you wanted out of it. Mr. Schara voluntarily offered, he filed a complaint. They got in that the complaints were dismissed, and you guys got in that it was a sham investigation where it's just set up to protect each other.
Not right now.
Okay.
Mind for consideration that a curative instruction be given. The jury doesn't have to believe Mr. Schara that it was a sham, but to give a curative instruction, if we can't ask him about it, a curative instruction to the jury that dismissed at intake means dismissed. It is a term of art. It means dismissed without investigation.
I would have to look at the actual closing letter to see if that's accurate.
Okay, so why don't you work on I could give that right when they walk back but I think the better approach, what I've learned over the years, is that you draft the sample instruction that you want me to do, have that ready by lunch. You're gonna be sitting back there not doing anything else, right?
I'll be doing other things.
Okay.
I'll be doing other things, but
And then you turn it over to Attorney Guzzi when you think you have a draft, and if you guys can agree on something, we'll just give that instruction.
And I can go one better, Judge. I mean, if this is really a concern, perhaps the overall solution is a curative instruction telling them, and I think it would be appropriate under the law, to tell them that they aren't to consider any testimony concerning.
Close to doing that yesterday on my own as it was happening, but I just didn't want to overstep. And then I thought of that last night, and I thought, well, I shouldn't give an instruction, because when we give the instruction, as you guys know, it's only going to highlight to them something they're not supposed to pay attention to. So that's why I'm putting it in your lap, Mr. Boylan, first, because by bringing it up now, we're highlighting an issue that maybe doesn't need highlighting. But if you want me to do that, because you want to highlight it, then you do the first draft. We'll have Attorney Guzzi and Attorney Frankowiak revise it, and then I'll take a look at it and decide what's going to happen. But I'm not sure there's a benefit to re-highlight something that we don't want them to think about.
you want the questions asked to Dr. Shokar first about the work.
Yeah, so for now, my ruling is this letter isn't going to be mentioned, inferenced, or at all discussed in front of the jury until further order of the court. You can do your examination whatever way you want. When there's enough information in that you think you want to revisit this issue, then you just let me know that. Whoever it was, you guys seem to be working as a team. Yes, Mr.
Right.
Administrator.
Judge, just as a matter of housekeeping, were you planning on doing an additional break before lunch?
No.
No.
So, you know, when we bring them back, we're going to go to about 11:40 now. I think their lunch is being delivered at 11:30. So as soon as I get a message that their lunch is here, I think we'd wrap it up within 5 minutes.
Sure.
So they're eating something warm. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right.
Just copies for everybody. I didn't give it to them. I need to give them to them.
All right, everyone may be seated. Sorry about that. Every once in a while, you know, something pops up that we just need to address and do it thoroughly, which is what was required there. Dr. Shokar, you can come on back up to the witness stand. Dr. Shokar has already been sworn in, if you remember, and he's already given his name. So we're just going to start with the questioning by Mr. Administrator. Before I turn it over, though, I just want to let you know that we're going to go for about 45 minutes, you know, until about 11:40, and that'll be the beginning of lunch. Okay. All right, your witness, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
So as you're well aware, we are here to discuss the care rendered to Grace Schara in October of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you were in fact the quarterback of the care, were you not?
Correct.
Let's talk to you, a little bit, because I know probably didn't hear this testimony. There's been some testimony in this courtroom about a power of attorney, okay? And were you aware there was a power of attorney for Grace?
Yes, I was.
And you never saw that document, did you?
You mean the physical paper in the chart?
Right.
I saw the paper.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you inspect it to determine who was the power of attorney?
Our attorneys on the form, or there's two power of attorneys. The first one being Cindy Schara, second being Scott Schara.
And the third being Jessica Vanderhyde, correct?
I don't recall seeing Jessica's name on the form.
Okay. So you made an attempt to speak to Cindy Schara, correct?
Correct.
Can you relay for us what the substance of that conversation was and when did it occur?
It occurred on October 12th. Essentially what had happened at that point was Grace's condition had changed from the morning assessment. She had deteriorated. I was attempting to call the POA, which at this point, the first one was to be Cindy. Attempted to call her to essentially discuss her condition and go over a goals of care discussion with her. And so essentially I called her. We talked probably for about 10 minutes. The large portion of the conversation was just me essentially talking and her listening. I went over the fact that, Grace through the day had increased BiPAP settings. She was now over 12 or 15. She was now on pretty much max pressure settings as far as how I put it. And that, there's no more wiggle room essentially on the BiPAP machine. And we started to talk about goals of care, what you guys want to do in the worst case scenario, which would be if she were to crash, essentially cardiopulmonary arrest. And actually, step one was really to relay her present condition, and step two was to essentially go over a goals of care conversation for what they want to do in regards to management. And that's kind of the approach in a collaborative way. And to ascertain through that goals of care conversation what the code status would be for her, because it was unclear at that point when I had come on board. And so as I explained that the first part, and as I was explaining the second part, we were unable to get through it. She was quite emotional on the other side. She was audibly crying on the other side, and she had asked me to defer to her husband Scott to make those decisions. I thanked her for her time and said, "Okay, I'll call Scott. I know this is very difficult." So after that, I had called Scott.
Okay. So your objective in calling Cindy initially was you knew she was POA, right?
Correct.
And the objective was to initiate a goals of care conversation with her so that everyone could be on the same page. Correct?
Correct.
And that you had a reasonable informed consent discussion in order to make a decision relative to her code status, right?
Her goals of care, which includes her code status. It's a part of that conversation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And when you use the term code status, what are you referring to?
Referring to essentially what they would want for Grace in the event of a cardiac arrest event, essentially. If she had cardiopulmonary arrest, would you like us to essentially intubate her? Would you like us to do resuscitative measures inclusive of CPR, inclusive of defibrillation, inclusive of medications? And so the CPR conversation essentially incorporates, or a DNR conversation, DNR DNI, essentially incorporates that conversation.
And as I understand your testimony, you were unable to conclude that discussion satisfactorily because Cindy was incapable of understanding what you were trying to relay. That objection was characterized as his testimony. You tell us.
Okay, I agree. So go ahead and answer.
Sure. So again, a conversation is two ways. I provide information. I need to have input from the other side. I need to ascertain that she has a good insight into what I'm actually talking about, and that she can ask all of questions so that everybody's on the same page. I had delivered my portion, the initial presentation of the information. Unfortunately, there was no feedback, from her because she was quite in an emotional state, given the, predicament Grace was in. I had just told her that she was, in essentially dire straits. So she was crying on the phone. So I didn't feel that that was a complete conversation, if that makes sense.
Okay. So, did you have occasion on October the 13th? Well, let's strike that. On either October 12th or 13th, did you have occasion to have a conversation with the daughter, Grace's sister, Jessica?
I did talk to her in the room, yes.
Okay. And what was the substance of that discussion? When did it occur?
The largest substance would have been on October 13th, when I was actually in the room with her in the afternoon there. Because she was asking some questions. I was coaching her through what was going on at that point, or trying to. The large portion of our conversations my conversations were actually with Scott. The only times I was actually having conversations with Jessica when I was actually doing assessments in the room with Grace, if she was present.
Okay. And the conversations you had with Scott, are these conversations relative to Grace's code status?
Correct. That's exactly her goals of care inclusive of her code status. Correct.
Right. But I want to focus specifically on this DNR issue or the code status, right?
Okay.
Fair enough. So, did there come a time during your care treatment of Grace that Scott Schara indicated to you that he wanted a DNR status?
On the 13th, second conversation,
And
or during our second conversation.
explain to us how that occurred. You've already described the fact that you give information, you're looking for information back. You didn't get that from Cindy, correct?
Correct.
So with Scott, the impression I'm getting from your testimony now is that you were able to have that conversation.
Yes.
I'd like you to relay that to me.
Well, there's two separate conversations. Which conversation would you like me to relay? The 12th or the 13th? Both?
Let's start with the 12th.
Sure, no problem. So I called Scott after I had hung up the phone with Cindy and essentially relayed the initial portion of our information again, or my assessment, indicating how she had progressed in her disease, that she was on 20/15 BiPAP settings at 100% now. That really had no, again, wiggle room on non-invasive ventilation, which is the BiPAP machine. And then what we need to determine now is what to do in the worst case scenario for her. To prelude that, we talk about goals of care, which is essentially, I go over different scenarios, to intubate, not to intubate, what each one looks like. So it's a pretty extensive conversation. I say, if you want to intubate, I kind of go over, what her prognosis is, what the rate, what the chance in her particular condition, which would be COVID-19 with acute respiratory distress. I would go over what the prognosis of patients that we have known at this point, for survival while on a ventilator machine. I talked about how normally people have slower recovery. They usually have to have a tracheostomy and a PEG because they're unable to use their food and breathing pipe essentially. So you have to know that as well. I told him essentially, well, that's kind of the pathway. All those questions that he was essentially asking about, what does intubation look like? We talked about other scenarios where, well, if you don't want to intubate, what are the other options? Well, we can leave her on BiPAP and hope for the best, essentially. Let's hope that we were actually going to improve things, which was the goal, really. That's what the goal the family wanted in the end, which was let's use the BiPAP as long as possible. And what that looks like, I gave the scenarios for if she's on BiPAP and all of a sudden she starts getting hypoxic for a long period of time, without recoverability, and you're noticing there is definitely a downtrend here. We're not going to intubate. We're really just going downhill over a period of time. maybe at that point, we should start thinking about maybe she won't recover and we should start maybe transitioning to comfort care at that point. That's an option versus, you know, the other one, which should be actually recovering and improving in the BiPAP settings would be starting to turn down and our oxygenation would get better. As indicated with our lungs, would start getting better. And then we also talked about, at the end of that explanation, we talked about what to do in the worst case scenario, which was really a very important part of that conversation because of Grace's worsening situation, she was at risk of crashing, as I say, which is cardiopulmonary arrest at any time. I'd mentioned to him on the phone, she could crash at any time. She can crash tonight. She can be crashing right now during this conversation. Know what to do in that situation. Do you want her to be intubated and resuscitated, or do you not? Because as it stands right now, you've told my team, my treatment team previously, that you didn't want her to be intubated, but we haven't reflected that in the computer system, an order. We haven't put a DNR order yet, and so we just want to clarify because I don't want, if the family doesn't want her to be intubated and we intubate, that's another problem. So we have to be aligned, and no one previous to me was able to have that conversation into this depth as far as me giving the benefit of the doubt. So I wanted to have that conversation and take the time in a non-rushed environment. It was a 60-minute conversation to kind of go over all that on the 12th, and so essentially it got opened up to the family. Then family was in the room. He put me on speakerphone. This is a private conversation. Sorry, I apologize. Let me backtrack. Large amount of this conversation about the intubation and scenarios was on the speaker with family present. They had the opportunity to ask questions as well. I had a few questions. What I assume was the person in the room was a male that I assume was his son-in-law. I think that's who he introduced me as. They then asked Cindy if she had any questions, which I overheard. She said no, and the conversation ended in a prayer, which lasted about 5 minutes. That was the 12th.
That's a lot of information.
Sorry, you asked me to relate this story.
I understand. I probably should have been a little more direct about the question.
I can clarify.
I want to go back, and you mentioned some terms, and I want to go back and get your explanation for what you meant about there was no wiggle room on the BiPAP. What does that mean?
Right. So to clarify, generally when someone needs oxygen because they're not able to maintain their own oxygen saturations, we start actually at a nasal cannula, a regular nose piece. And when you are unable to maintain your oxygenation with that, we go to a high flow nasal cannula, which can then bump up your oxygenation to 100%. Whereas again, room air has carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and it has oxygen in it. The amount of oxygen in room air is 21%. And we are able to adjust that by increasing the amount of oxygen in that air composition to help with oxygenation of a person. And actually with Vapotherm or OptiFlow, these high flow nasal cannulas, we're actually able to get that percentage up to 100%. If you are still not able to oxygenate beyond that, usually we have to implement positive pressure, which is with a CPAP or a BiPAP device. We usually use BiPAP in an ICU setting. And that BiPAP will allow us to keep the lungs open because they tend to collapse sometimes in these environments and actually allow better ventilation, essentially. So the BiPAP machine is the next level, and we have settings for that about how much pressure you can use. 15/12 is an example of the pressures that we're using. Normally, when we start, we're at 10/5. It goes to 12/6. It can go all the way up. So 20/15 is literally the highest setting that you can go on. It's a large amount of pressure. So there's no more room to increase the pressure, and the FiO2, which is the saturation of oxygen, was already at maximum for quite a while. So there's no more wiggle room. The next step would be to intubate if you hadn't already done it.
Did you have a conversation with Scott Schara about the effects of intubation, the likelihood of success, or the potential for patients to fail to recover following intubation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you describe to him?
Sure. The success of intubation depends on the patient's condition. And so what I had relayed to him that so far as we've seen in this COVID pandemic with people who are intubated and their lungs are at that level where they need intubation, because at that time, this is not regular acute respiratory distress. We were intubating people late onset rather than early, which we do in normal ARDS because the presentation is a bit different. So the people who end up actually getting intubated actually have very sick lungs. And so the prognosis of that when people who get intubated is about 20%. So I had relayed to him there was about a 20% chance of survival if you intubate. That's what you're looking at. But I also relate to him that you have to look at when you make these decisions, you're as a proxy to the patient, you have to, you're the best person to know what they want. And you're the best person to know how they're going to recover and what their life's going to look like. So I relate to him that Grace's lungs were becoming fibrotic because of the condition, and that means that her lungs are changing and becoming scarred essentially. So she may need oxygen. She may not be able to get to the ventilator. You may need to continue the trach forever. She may be able to recover, but it would take a very long time. And then you have to look at someone's rehab potential and if they're actually able to get better.
Okay, take a breath.
Sure.
So when you say she may need oxygen, do you mean if she were to survive the intubation, survive the hospitalization, she may need supplemental oxygen to live going forward? Correct, depending on the degree of lung damage and recoverability. Patients who have gone through this end up in a long-term care facility generally while they're going through the ventilation portion of it, where they have a tracheostomy and a peg tube, and it takes a long time for the lungs to usually recover. If they do fully, they can potentially get off the ventilator, which is the goal obviously for every patient. Some patients have to remain on the ventilator or have respiratory conditions or situations and frailty of lungs lifelong because of the damage that had been done to the lungs already. And then you have to worry about what their life's going to look like and the recoverability. So that's why we put this conversation in the hands of the family who know her best and to determine, is that something that she'd want? As you sit here today, do you recall any questions that Scott Schara had for you relative to this? Sounds like you're giving him a lot of information and he's in a difficult spot, right? You're right. And that's why we give this conversation in a non-rushed environment. And this information I'm giving you to quite quickly, again, was over a larger amount of time with Scott and his family, with the opportunities for questions along the way. So the questions he asked back were clarifying questions for every essential point that I had mentioned. And you were mentioning that this conversation occurred over the phone, or was it FaceTime, do you recall? No, this is a conversation that happened over the phone on the 12th. And you said that there was a speaker because you recall that there was an identification of a male person that participated, presumably his son-in-law. I recall because Scott said, I'm going to put you on speaker. And then he put me on speaker. And then he actually identified people in the room. And one who I thought he identified as his son-in-law. There was a woman there as well. So there's two people in the room with him and the son-in-law who, as far as I know, he had the opportunity to ask some questions. They're generic questions that I just clarified. And then Cindy was in the room. I didn't realize that she was in the room initially. The only reason I'm saying that she could be in the room is because at the end of the conversation, they had asked her, Cindy, do you have any questions? And she was on speaker, so I could hear that question. And she said no. So let me understand your testimony here. We know that Scott's on the phone, and now we know that Cindy's on the phone. And you believe that his son-in-law, that would be Jessica's husband, was also on the phone? Right. I didn't know the full extent of the family dynamics. All I know was there's a male person in the room that I'm assuming is his son-in-law. Because as far as I recall, I think he said son-in-law, could be pastor, but I'm assuming it's son-in-law. Could be pastor. Why do you say that? Yeah, I don't know, because it's a little bit of, the conversation was a large one. That was a fragment of when he introduced people. It was quite a fast introduction. My impression was that it was a son-in-law as far as when I recall this information from 4 years ago. But because you've asked me this question before, I've been trying to recall who it could have been. And the only two people that I know were additional was
potentially the son-in-law or maybe the pastor. I don't know, but I'm gonna put my cards on son-in-law because that's what I recall the most.
And the end result of that conversation, and you've given me so much information, I've lost track. This occurred on the 12th, right?
Correct, sir.
And you recall when that was? In the morning or in the afternoon?
This was in the afternoon. This was late afternoon, I would say, I guess.
Okay. Do you have anything that would give us some, to narrow down the time frame and where you were at the time, et cetera?
I was in the hospital's room. So in the hospital, there's a particular room where all the hospitalists or general physicians sit. And so I was sitting at a computer station. My colleagues were in the room having this conversation. For that conversation, it was, again, I wrote a note on it, one of my progress notes, and I don't know, sometimes we write our notes not exactly right after. Sometimes we take a little bit of time to write our notes. So I would say that's the best reflection of it happened before that, before I wrote the note.
Right.
But it was in the afternoon to the evening. It was probably around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock-ish, I would say.
And going ahead to the ultimate issue here, it was your understanding as a result of that conversation on the 12th, that Scott said to you, he wished for you to place a DNI or a DNR.
Incorrect. No, the result of that conversation was that he needed to discuss with his family.
Okay, excellent. Okay. So at that point, she was not a DNR.
Correct.
And did you subsequently have a conversation with Scott wherein he changed his mind on that?
Clarify, sorry, what do you mean change his mind?
In other words, told you that he then wanted a DNR place. How did you strike that?
Mm-hmm.
You know that there's a DNR, there's an allegation that there's a DNR on the record.
I do.
Correct? And Mr. Schara's testimony is he didn't authorize a DNR.
I'm aware of that testimony.
Right. You're also aware that Grace didn't have a DNR bracelet on, correct? We just heard that.
I'll take your word for it.
I don't understand how the DNR gets on the record.
I can explain it if you would like. I can go over the conversation we had on the 13th.
Please do.
Sure. So on the 13th, well, let me backtrack. On the end of the 12th assay, because again, she can crash anytime, and the night team would really like to know what to do. And so I had asked him to kind of call back to give that answer. He said he would deliver with his family. I didn't hear anything. Shift change for us is 6 p.m. We work 6 to 6. I came in the next morning and essentially had a call with Scott. So that was a conversation on the 16th, which also lasted probably about 30 to 45 minutes. Right off the get-go, he had said, "Doctor, thank you for all your time and explaining everything. I talked about it with my family, and we've decided to move forward with a DNI." Essentially what he said. And so I said, "Okay, that's your decision. I know these decisions are tough, but you wanted to be non-intubated." Okay. And said, "So do you..."
I need to get some clarification before we go through this volume. Did you say the 16th?
Sorry?
Did you just say the 16th? This conversation occurred on the 16th, or did I?
No, this conversation is happening on October 13th, the next day.
I think he said the 6th.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay. I just want to make sure the record's clear, because I thought I heard you say the 16th.
That's my apologies. This conversation, the second one, happened the next morning, which would have been the morning of October the 13th.
Where were you when that conversation occurred?
I was, where was I? I think I was still in the hospital's room. When I come in and I would talk to him in the hospital.
Was Scott in the hospital?
No, you know what? I was actually in the ICU during this conversation on the 13th. I was in front of Grace's room.
Okay. And where was Scott?
Scott was at home, I would presume. This is over the phone.
Scott, you knew that Scott was not in the hospital because the hospital ejected him several days prior, correct?
I was aware that he was asked to leave, yes.
You were also aware that he was Grace's primary advocate, right?
I was aware that he was a family member and probably the most advocate for her.
Sure. And did you make any effort to reverse that decision to have him removed from the hospital?
It's not my place to reverse that decision.
Well, you're the quarterback of the care, and you recognize that Scott is the person who is most qualified to advocate for Grace while she's in the hospital. Why is it not your position to seek a reversal of that decision?
My primary responsibility was to Grace to take care of her. Okay, Scott's ejection, as you call it, which was his removal from the hospital, had a lot of variables to it. Some of them were verbal abuse to the nursing staff. Some of them were concerns with tampering or turning off, I would say, or altering alarms, as far as what I had in report. So there was also the other side of the concern was if we did let him back, and he also had COVID, by the way. I think he was coming in and out of COVID rooms without, not really adhering to policies by the hospital. Again, this is hospital administration and hospital nurse floor managers that kind of interact with family mostly. Again, I'm not there all the time. I'm in the hospital all the time, but I have other patients. And so what they're witnessing and their reports, I trust and rely on. And so the other portion of this is it going to impair her care if he is there, based off of the fact that we work as a team and in collaboration, and all the wheels have to be kind of moving for that to occur. And so I'm not in the position at time for my first and second day seeing Grace and interacting with the family to say, oh, I'm going to have him come back in right away. I need to, you need some time to observe that.
I missed that. You're not in a position to say, have him come back in right away. Is that what you said?
Right. You don't have someone as me taking over, for instance, on the 12th. I'm not just going to come in and say, Scott, you're back in.
Let me put a question to you. Okay, let's try and break this down, because in all fairness, you have a tendency to be a little bit voluminous, and maybe I just need to structure the questions in such a way that you can answer them in shorter bites. Okay. You said that you needed a concern. Your main concern was Grace's care, right? A significant aspect of her quality of care relates to the ability to have a reasonable advocate present. Would you agree with that?
I agree that she needs an advocate. Everyone needs an advocate.
I mean, you tried to have some conversation with her, I would hope, in the 2 days that we're referring to, correct?
I did.
You did. And based upon that conversation and your experience and training, et cetera, you must have had the ability to perceive that she was incapable of making decisions on her own, correct?
At that time, she had an activated POA, which was, again, Scott and Cindy, who I was interacting with daily and more extensively than, most people. So.
More extensively than most people.
Right. I was spending a significant amount of time with this family. I was on the phone, as I said earlier, it was 60 minutes. I was also treating Grace for 60 minutes as a general physician. It was quite an extensive amount of time. I was putting as much time as I could with family.
I understand. But it seems to me you were more concerned about the hurt feelings of the nurses than you were about the ability for a patient advocate for Grace.
Yeah, the concern is that workplace abuse or verbal abuse or concerns like that impair people's ability to actually get their job done.
Okay. Let me go back to that then. When did you first interact with Grace?
On the 12th.
So Scott had already been removed.
Correct.
You gave me a list of things that you understood as rationale for his being ejected, one of which being verbal abuse to the nurses. Let's just break it down, okay? So we can try and keep the volume to a minimum. Did you do anything to investigate or inquire of the nursing staff that were supposedly the subjects of this verbal abuse?
I'm not really clear on your question. Did I investigate in which way?
Did you, you obviously work with these nurses regularly, correct?
I work, there's actually a lot of nurses and they rotate. So the nurses at the time, I mean, I wasn't working with, I was working with Hollee that day.
I understand that. I'm asking you about, did you make an effort to investigate with those persons who were allegedly subjects of his verbal abuse to find out what happened? I mean, this is an important issue, is it not?
It is. And so my approach was actually to have a blank slate as a new face coming in as a new physician with Scott, was actually hearing his grievances. A large portion of our conversation as well, or a significant portion of it on the 12th, was actually him giving his side of the events. I wasn't trying to bias it. I was essentially just trying to hear him out. I wasn't trying to say, oh, well, you did this and you did that. I said, let's tabula rasa, let's make sure that I'm not coming with any bias, and I'll hear you out. This is all to establish a rapport so we can make a collaborative decision.
Sure.
So my investigation was not needed on that side. I reviewed the nursing, there's nursing communication. He's been verbally abusive. He's doing this, he's doing that. My report from my physician partner, Dr. Baum, who I took over for, had reference as well that he was, had to be escorted out of the hospital. But these things are not pertinent to her particular care in regards to her acute respiratory distress, COVID-19, and her escalation of her BiPAP settings and hypoxemia. So this was stuff that family related. Is the main thing though is taking care of her medical condition, which is and ascertaining what to do in the worst case scenario.
Sure. So I take it then you didn't talk to any of the nurses that were allegedly subjects of this verbal abuse, correct?
Again, I made the decision to essentially put that in the past because I didn't want it to interfere with my work with the family.
But the problem, doctor, is that in order to treat the patient in the present, you recognize you had an obligation to get the best advocate in that room.
Argumentative.
That's incorrect. The advocate helps, but the care is delivered by care providers with the assistance of an advocate if required, right? I always like everybody to have an advocate because they may not know what's going on. And so they need somebody who may be a little bit more informed or capable. The advocate, in my opinion, was Scott and Cindy, Scott being the main one who I was talking to every day. So I was talking to her advocate for decision-making. And
you would agree with me that her advocate at that point was no longer on the scene. And that created a problem, did it?
Not in my mind, it didn't create a problem.
Well, he's unable to see, feel, observe
He
his daughter.
He was in direct communication with his daughter all the time.
Let me finish the question.
Sure, apologies.
It created a problem because he was unable to be there physically and see and observe his daughter and her condition and be able to advocate to you, the caregiver, for her, Grace. It's a problem.
I disagree because he had a liaison as Jessica, who was in the room, and he was on FaceTime with them all the time. So he had, and he was calling all the time. So he had a direct window, even though he wasn't present. He was present. He was present virtually. He was present by, talking with his family. He had constant updates, and so he was very aware of what was going on.
As a hospitalist, you're a person who's aware of the types of alarms that are in a patient's room typically, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of the fact that these alarms often go off at all hours, day and night, correct?
They can.
And they can be annoying, can't they?
They can.
And there are ways to reset those alarms without shutting them off, aren't there? Are you aware of that?
There are ways to silence the alarms by pressing a silencing button that lasts for about 2 minutes.
Well, he's testified that the nurses instructed him on the ability to reset the alarms, that they actually, he didn't just try and do any independent research on this or monkey around with the machinery, right? He testified that the nurses helped him to understand the process by which you could silence the alarm.
So just for reference, I don't even touch the machines. I'm a physician and I do not stop the machines and I do not reset the machines myself. I silence the button and then call a nurse to adjust it so they can document it.
Okay, so you would not be qualified then to tell us about how these alarms could be silenced or reset?
I'm aware there's a silence button. That's what I use to do my assessments if it's beeping, and then I get a nurse to adjust the machines that's in their realm.
Okay. Let's move on. Did you hear the testimony of Cindy the other day when she told this jury that both she and Scott were on FaceTime when Grace coded?
I did not hear the testimony.
Okay. Well, let me represent to you that Cindy came in and testified under oath from the same chair you're sitting in right now. And without giving you verbatim her testimony, I can tell you that she indicated that at the time of the code, that Jessica had Scott and Cindy on FaceTime, and Jessica recognized that Grace was in a crisis situation, went into the hallway, and both Scott and Cindy, along with Jessica, were screaming to the nursing staff to help Grace. You didn't hear that testimony?
I did not hear the testimony from Cindy Schara, yes.
Okay, okay. So the question being, given the fact that this is where you work, you understand the makeup of the, the hallways and the rooms, et cetera. Is it likely that there could have been nursing staff that would have heard them when they cried out for someone to do something for their daughter?
Objection, speculation if he wasn't
Is there
there.
any way of knowing that?
Oh, the objection is overruled. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand your question, but can you just repeat your question more clearly for the room? I'll give my answer. The nursing station is in the middle of a row of rooms on one side and a row of rooms on the other side. So if you're talking about a proximity question in a situation which I was not there, it's a possibility.
Exactly what I'm getting at. None of us have been there naturally, or none of us were there during COVID, which may have been a different layer of circumstance, right? So I'm asking you from your experience, based upon the proximity and the setup, whether that was possible.
Grace's room was outside of the nursing station, in a hallway, essentially a large hallway with rooms on one side, rooms on the other side. And there's a nursing station down each, in segments. And so there's a desk there. So if you would exit the room, in all likelihood, there'd be people at a nursing station. I was sitting at that same nursing station on the 13th, and I could see Grace's room. So there was proximity.
You mean Grace's room?
Grace's room, yes.
You were the quarterback of the care when Grace was receiving Precedex on October 13th, correct?
Yes, I was the hospital's physician, the general physician, also known as the quarterback.
Right. You didn't order the Precedex, did you?
I did not.
But you were aware on the 13th in your treatment of Grace that she was receiving Precedex.
I was aware.
And were you aware also that she was receiving Ativan, also known as lorazepam?
I was aware of that she had an order of as needed Ativan on her medication system where, where the nurses could review. Yeah.
Sure. And both those medications are what we call CNS depressants, correct?
They can be classified as that, but that's not their primary classification.
Primary classification for lorazepam is to address anxiety, correct?
Yes, it's classified as a benzodiazepine, which is an anxiolytic, aka something that can relieve anxiety.
Right. And Precedex is classified as what?
Precedex is also technically it's classified for ICU delirium, and again, an anxiolytic for anxiety and agitation in the ICU setting.
So it's given for, did you say
ICU.
ICU delirium?
Primarily when his primary indication is ICU delirium to help with agitation in the ICU setting.
And did you have occasion to make a determination that Grace was suffering from ICU delirium?
No, the Precedex is used in agitation in general in the ICU. You're asking me about primary indications.
Both those medications were given to her while you were on duty, while you were caring for her, correct?
Correct.
You were aware of the dosages, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Nurse McInnis had increased the dose on the lorazepam to 3 doses and delivered a 3rd dose on the 13th? Were you aware of that?
Sorry, did you say increase the dose?
Yes.
She didn't increase the dose. The dose is a fixed dose.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a titratable medication, right?
Are you talking about Ativan or Precedex? Because you mentioned Ativan.
I'm sorry, Ativan.
Ativan is not titratable.
Is Precedex titratable?
Precedex is titratable.
And was the titration on the Precedex increased to the maximum dose?
On the morning of the 13th, it was increased to 1.4, which is considered the maximum dose in a safe margin.
And were you aware that Grace had been over-sedated with the same medications on October 7th?
I was aware.
And you were aware because you took the time to review the chart and determine what had transpired with her care in the days preceding your coming on the scene, correct?
I was aware on chart review, correct. When I see a patient, I do a chart review, which can take some time depending on how many days they've been there. And so when I got to that event, I was aware that she had an event with the starting initiation of Precedex. And then I was also aware that after that initial initiation, she continued on Precedex afterwards and was able to tolerate it for days without any complications.
But you wouldn't disagree with me that what occurred at the initial dose, the initiation of the Precedex in combination with the lorazepam created an over-sedation.
It's hard for me to say because I wasn't there, but often when we start Precedex, you can get an event, you can get like a bradycardia event, just depending on the starting dose, just starting it a little bit too fast.
Okay, you're going a little too fast. A bradycardia event. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said that, yes.
What does that mean?
So bradycardia is essentially when your heart slows down as a side effect. It can be a side effect of Precedex, which is one of the things that we monitor for, and why Precedex is used in an ICU setting only.
Okay. And how would a bradycardia event be reversed? Based upon these circumstances, I don't mean just generally speaking.
Sure. Based on this particular case?
Correct.
Technically, you could just stop the Precedex if and the heart rate would come up. Depends on how low the heart rate went down and if there's any concerns in regards to other aspects in the body.
What about oxygen saturation?
Oxygen saturations may take a hit later on. It's hard to say. I don't know, because mainly the issue is with heart rate, and sometimes you can have a heart rate. Athletes have a low resting heart rate. They have normal oxygen. I don't know. Yeah.
But Grace didn't have normal oxygenation following this bradycardic event, correct?
You're talking about on the 7th?
Yeah.
Again, that's earlier on in the hospitalization. She wasn't at the critical stage in which I saw her, so I don't know what the circumstances would have been.
But you reviewed the chart and you were able to refer to the fact that you're aware this event occurred.
Right, but the chart,
correct?
sure, but the chart is not like going to tell you all the events and all the differentials and all the things that could cause that you're asking for. It just lists that she had started on Precedex and that there was a concern maybe she got over sedated from the initial onset of it. But in my interpretation, she was then the next day started back on Precedex with no concerns and continued on from the 8th onwards with no events and no bradycardia, no problems, and was actually titrated up and down based off her agitation. So I cannot conclude for you that there was beyond that initiation dose.
Is this a good time for lunch?
Sure.
Okay. Members of the jury, it's lunch, and I was told just a couple minutes ago that it's waiting for you. So we'll try to aim at 45 minutes. I'm going to meet with the attorneys, and we'll let you know if that changes. Okay, just a reminder not to discuss anything with anyone, including each other. The jurors are excused. All right, you may be seated. Step down, thank you.
Judge, can I interject before you start? Are we discussing the DSPS issue?
Nope, we don't have to.
Well, no, I'm fine with that. I'm just going to ask to be excused quickly because I'd like to use the restroom.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so we have the jury questions 513 through 516 that I asked. There were no objections, any issues if those are admitted into evidence. Mr. Fleiter?
Excuse me, sir?
No objection to all right, those are received. Is there anything else before that ESPS issue? Okay, you guys want to do that now, or I thought you were drafting an instruction?
You need to finish Dr. Shokar's exam before we know whether it's there or not.
Right. I think that's probably fair, but I don't know if I'm not understanding something, but if I understood what Mr. Shokar or what Dr. Shokar just testified to, is he didn't place any orders for those meds, and those were like standing orders. So it seems like the representation in the letter is consistent with his testimony, but maybe we'll continue to wait. Okay, so yeah, let's just pause that issue and we'll, but again, no mention of it or inference to it, unless we talk about it outside the presence of the jury. Is that good? Anything else from the defense before we take a lunch break?
You know, Your Honor, I am just going to have to say that I will, never mind, I will reserve comment on the whole DSPS letter if it comes up again. And I think there's clearly a purpose to embarrass me in volunteer and
to do what? To embarrass?
Yes.
You said, or Dr. Shokar?
I think that's part of the purpose here. And I think it's improper.
All right. Some reason I have these exhibits up here. So usually when I do that, that means I want to talk to you guys about it. So just want to make sure that. And so that's good. You handed some notes. So let me just see if it's anything we need to talk about. Okay, I mean, it's 2 full pages, there's a lot of writing, but I don't think it's anything we need to take up. Let me just read it through maybe closer at lunch and I'll address it with you guys if it's necessary. You guys want to look at it now? Or I'd prefer that you not, for reasons that I don't think we have to go into right now, but I'm not going to throw it away, so eventually you'll be able to see it if you want. I just want to think through it. I'm scheduled to have a meeting during this lunch hour with security and stuff around the building. So I want to maybe get information from that first before I come back to this letter, and then we'll address it, of course. Is that good with everybody?
Sure.
All right, well, 12:30 on this clock. We'll see you then. We're adjourned. Shokar, if you want to come on up, you're on the witness stand. So we're on the record in 23 CV 345, just waiting for everybody to get back in. All right, you may bring the jury in. All right, everyone may be seated. Welcome back. Members of the jury, hope lunch was okay or decent. I hear they're giving you discretion to pick the places, so that's kind of a first, so that's good. We're gonna just continue with the examination of Dr. Shokar. Your witness, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna switch places here. That podium just isn't workable.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. Doctor, when were you licensed?
Licensed in medicine?
Yes, sir.
Be 2012.
Okay. So at the time you cared for Grace, you've been in practice for 9 years, is that fair?
Sounds right.
The first couple years, are you counting residency?
Correct, yes, sir.
So that's in your training?
Yes, sir.
How long did your training take?
My training in residencies was 3 years.
Okay. So the actual active practice then was 6 years?
2015 onwards.
Right, so approximately 6 years by the time you treated Grace?
Correct.
And what kind of familiarity do you have with, if any, with the effects of these CNS drugs, Ativan, Precedex, and morphine on a Down syndrome patient?
Are you asking the effects of the medications themselves, or in particular to this special subclass of patients, Down syndrome, people who have Down syndrome?
Well, I would hope that you have a familiarity with the effects of these medications themselves in a general ICU population, correct?
Right, but we don't distinguish between, generally, we do not distinguish between the use of these medications in someone who's high functioning Down syndrome unless there's particular known anatomical abnormalities or so.
So you don't feel that there's any consideration given for any anatomical abnormalities of a Downs patient?
Possibly, yeah. A lot of Downs patients, unfortunately, are a bit overweight. Patients, generally, we have to dose a little bit higher if for them to be effective. Depending on what you're using in regards to dose them, what equation you're using essentially.
Okay, switching topics slightly. Are you familiar with any difficulties? I want to say contraindications, but I don't suspect you're going to agree with that. Let me try and formulate the question. Are you familiar with any possible idiosyncrasies related to intubation of Downs patients?
The active intubation with a ET tube, yeah, like
the act of intubation utilizing an ET tube.
It depends again on their anatomy. The person who's doing the endotracheal intubation will essentially be looking at their pharynx, doing a Malapati score and seeing if there's any obstructions, essentially looking for how difficult this intubation is going to be.
Right.
How about the placement?
how about the placement of an NG tube in a Downs patient? Any particular idiosyncrasies that are involved in that operation?
Are you referring to a small bore NG tube, which is what Grace had, or a regular sized?
Small bore.
Small bore. Generally, no, there wouldn't be, they're generally well tolerated. I would say that there wouldn't be any known common or idiosyncrasies
of an NG tube. Would you expect to see that the patient suffers significant nasal bleeding?
Depends on the circumstances.
What circumstances?
In Grace's case, for instance, she was on oxygen, a lot of oxygen, and so you'd have dry nasal passages, and so you're higher risk of getting a nosebleed if you were to get one, just based off of that irritation to the blood vessels in the nose.
And do you have any indication from the medical records that she was suffering any anxiety related to the placement of that tube?
It was reflected that she tolerated well.
Have you had occasion to review the medical records to determine whether or not her oxygen saturation levels decreased during or shortly thereafter?
I believe her oxygen saturations were actually low majority of that day, even prior.
You are aware that Grace had been over-sedated twice before you took over her care on October 12th, correct?
I was aware that she had an event prior, not twice.
Lorazepam to slow her breathing, correct?
Are you referring to, when are you referring to, sorry?
Well,
I did order lorazepam in an emergency situation prior in the event on the 13th in the evening.
You're aware of how much lorazepam she was on at the time that you began treating her?
Correct. She was on the minimum effective dose of 0.5 milligrams of lorazepam, IV, PRN, every 6 hours.
Every 6 hours?
As needed.
Are you aware that Nurse McInnis, despite that PRN every 6 hours, had actually given a third dose of lorazepam 3 minutes following the second dose?
The third dose that was given was actually a verbal order from myself. It was a one-time scheduled order based off of the clinical emergency that was going on.
What do you mean by a one-time scheduled order?
So when someone gets medications when they come to the hospital, there are things that can be given as needed, such as, you know, if you have constipation, you can get constipation meds, nausea medications. And so they don't need to call a doctor every time to give one. But there's additionally scheduled medicines that are on the chart for things that are for actual treatment. For instance, antibiotics, you don't want to give that as needed. You want to give that daily, or blood pressure medications, you want to give daily. And so in emergencies as well, we can also give orders to intervene in the emergency to improve someone's care, you know, to increase the survivability essentially. That event for the day, which in that scenario would have been the second dose that was given, as you say, listed as 3 minutes apart, was given as a medication I verbally ordered Hollee to give, given the clinical scenario that was going on at the time, the emergency.
And at the time that you made that order for the third dosage, were you aware that she had just received the previous dosage within 3 minutes?
I was aware that she received the Ativan dose just prior, as Hollee had indicated to that on our verbal communication. As when she was discussing the case, said that she had already given her Ativan. The 3 minute window, I would dispute that it wasn't 3 minutes personally, because as far as I recall, she had given it prior to our conversation, you know, several minutes prior to that conversation. And then we talked about the case, and then I verbally ordered another medication. So I know it's reflected at 3 minutes, but I would personally challenge the fact that it actually was only a 3-minute window, given our conversation.
Only if you're going to personally challenge dosage. What do you mean? How would you go about that? What's the explanation for why you feel there's a need to challenge that record,
Sure.
the medical record?
Sure. You're reflecting off of the actual time of the order, I'm assuming, is entered in the chart as it says a 3-minute window. However, the conversation I had with Hollee, essentially she paged me. I returned the page. She explained to me what was going on, that Grace's oxygen was in the 50s, that her respiratory was in the high 50s, or 50s and up to 60. And she said at that time that she had already given a dose of Ativan and it didn't have any effect. And so in deliberation, I asked her several questions and landed on deciding to give her another dose of 0.5 Ativan to make it, because she was only on the minimum effective dose. I was basically saying, okay, well, we should try it maybe at a little bit of an elevated dose. So I gave her a total of 1 milligram to see what that effect would be for her clinical picture. And that conversation took place over a certain amount of minutes, as you could tell. So I believe that it was more than 3 minutes, and I'm not sure why it's only listed at 3 minutes apart. That's my explanation.
You were aware at this time that Grace had, that lorazepam and Precedex both had serious risks in treating Grace. Those drugs have serious risks when they're given in combinations.
All medications have risks, and in a qualified health physician or qualified health personnel, we take dosing, timing, and monitoring very seriously. And essentially, this is why it allows us to use these kind of medications in a monitored setting with that knowledge and that training to essentially help people who need those medications based off of the risks and benefits.
Are you aware of the medication insert for Precedex?
Aware of the FDA elite label that was generated when the medication first came out? Yes,
Right.
sir.
And it indicates that Precedex should never be given in combination with morphine.
The label you're talking about was generated on its actual development of the drug when it first came out. And since that time, it's been used in clinical practice in a variety of different ways from that label effectively.
A variety.
Including using morphine in addition, including using benzos in addition, including using it greater than 24 hours. So that label is a bit outdated from the actual practical application of that medication.
All three of these drugs are what we would call central nervous system depressants, correct?
You had mentioned that before, I agreed,
Okay.
but not as the primary indication.
You would agree also, would you not, that this is a type of drug that slows down brain activity?
It has the potential to, as all CNS drugs that can cause CNS depression can do.
Isn't it true that you wanted to shut off the Precedex before giving the morphine because you didn't really want to give all three of these together?
When I entered the room and knowing kind of my action plan for this patient who I could not intubate it. So let's be clear, the optimal thing that you would have done in somebody who has this level of a respiratory rate approaching 60 and hypoxic and no longer on an effective max settings of BiPAP, the only other thing that you could do is really intubate somebody. And if you can't do that, this is what it looks like. You have somebody who essentially is on the verge of collapsing their cardiopulmonary systems. And so what I was formulating over the last day from what I came on was essentially, well, what happens when a respiratory rate goes up? And we can't really resolve that with intubation because we're not intubating. So that's left with medicines. So I have only a few medicines that you can do to try to help that situation out. One of them was Ativan.
And your plan on October 12th, your first day of treating this patient, was to require the Precedex, continue the Precedex, despite the fact that she's hyperventilating, in your opinion, possibly from anxiety. Is that accurate?
Not exactly.
Why not?
Grace was actually hyperventilating because she was hypoxic. It's a normal compensatory mechanism when you hyperventilate to essentially gain more oxygen in your body. And the body has a wonderful compensation mechanism to do that. It increases the respiratory rate. The concern was is if your respiratory rate goes higher than, let's say 40, which is what she was doing the day before on 12. And when I wrote that in I'm assuming you were looking at my progress note, essentially what I'm showing is that when I'm assessing her and I'm looking at her labs, she's compensating well. Her pH, her PCO2, everything's kind of in the right ranges. So she's compensating at a respiratory rate of 40. The concern I had was that if her respiratory rate goes higher than 40, and now you're talking about respiratory efficiency as it starts going down when you start approaching 60, and you're talking about now you're impairing your oxygenation, your compensation method is way overboard. And one of the things that causes that is essentially respiratory failure or end stage of this process where you're hypoxic and your lungs are just getting worse. And the other thing that can happen is if you also have something like anxiety, which she was documented to have, also driving up the respiratory rate. So essentially what I was suggesting on my progress note was she's doing okay now at a respiratory rate of 40, but if it starts going up and she has agitation as a reason for it, or she's approaching 60 for whatever reason, we got to bring that respiratory rate back down to 40 or even 50, just a little bit, so that we can compensate, but not become less efficient and use too much energy. Because when you're at 60, you're using a tremendous amount of energy. All your energy is going towards breathing. And Grace is already malnourished and had no energy. So the end result is if you have no energy, your heart stops.
I don't believe that there was any other medication that you could give her other than Precedex, apart from an opiate.
Or Ativan you're talking about?
Precedex.
Precedex is right. So she's breathing incredibly fast, and the only two medications that actually can alleviate that respiratory rate or bring it down are benzodiazepine, such as Ativan, or an opiate, such as morphine. Those are the only two medications that I'm aware of that will help with that.
Are you aware of the half-life of Precedex?
I'm aware.
I mean, it's one thing for you to say to this jury that you stopped the Precedex because you didn't want to add the morphine to a patient who's got both these depressants on board, but you'll agree with me that there's a half-life involved with Precedex. Just because you shut it off doesn't mean that the effects of the drug are not in her system, correct?
I agree.
Unfortunately, in this patient, despite the fact that you ordered that it be shut off, it was kept on for an additional 22 minutes. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I disagree.
Why?
And that's what your papers documented as. However, again, in the room with Hollee McInnis, when I ordered the Precedex to be off in the beginning of that encounter, I saw her go over to the IV machine, which I presume she turned it off. And so the documentation of it afterwards in an emergency situation generally happens afterwards or when she's computer or bedside. So when she's beside the computer, able to enter it in. And it's not an accurate reflection of real time. Just like the 3-minute window you gave me before, I dispute that because again, it's when it's ordered.
All I have is the medical record. I certainly
understand
wasn't
that.
in the room, and all I can tell you is what the medical record provides us.
And I'll provide you the rest. That's what I'm here for.
And you just said that you saw her go across the room. You presumed or you assumed that she turned it off.
Correct. I ordered her to discontinue the Precedex. She said, "You want me to turn off the Precedex?" I said, "Yes, turn off the Precedex." She walked around the bed towards the IV pump. I was assessing Grace, so I didn't see the actual button being pressed or anything like that. So I can't 100% say in good faith to say that it actually, the event happened, but there's no other reason for her to walk over the IV pump. So
your testimony then to this jury is that despite the fact the record reflects this time interval, that is simply a time lag in terms of her putting it in the record?
I would presume so because I don't have any other explanation really.
Okay.
I just saw what I saw.
Judge, may we approach?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
You would agree that DNI, do not intubate, as a code status still would permit reversal of an opiate,
Yes, I do.
and it still would permit reversal of Precedex over sedation of Precedex, would it not?
It depends on the circumstance.
The DNI status is what we're talking about, would still permit reversal of the Precedex. You want to qualify that?
I mean, is the situation where she isn't arrested or she's not
Sure.
respiratory?
No, of course.
I mean, generally
prior to an
DNI,
arrest.
DNI essentially just says that we're not going to put a tube in somebody and put them on a mechanical ventilator. So all other aspects of care should be a go.
Which would include reversal of an oversedation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Doctor, there are several exhibits on the desk in front of you that have already been marked and testified to. Are they in front of you or?
No, sir. There's nothing in front of me here.
What are you looking for? The notes and records from this morning? Okay.
The records that we utilized in Nurse McInnis's testimony. And unfortunately, since I was doing the examination, I didn't keep track of.
Provide the doctor exhibits 25 through 36, with the exception of 35, which is the deposition transcript.
Correct. Yes, sir. Thank you. Moment to review those records. As I just indicated, I don't have the correlation between the numbers and what exactly they are, but I'm looking for a medication administration summary for Precedex.
Exhibit
But when you
25, is that what it is?
Pardon me?
Exhibit 25.
25, okay. And would you please look at October 7th on the first page of Exhibit 25, at 10:20, 22:20. This was done by Nurse Haynes, and he testified as to this oversedation event, which occurred on some 6 days prior to the dates that we've been discussing. I would ask you to read that portion of the note for the administration of Precedex on 10/7/21 at 22:20.
It says current rate 1, rate change to 0.7, need to quickly reduce dose, R/T over sedation, patient's blood pressure dropped to a MAP of less than 65, and O2 saturations were decreasing.
The reduced dose R/T is related to? Do you understand that?
I would assume so.
Okay. And patient's BP, that's blood pressure, right? Dropped to and he makes reference to a mean arterial pressure of less than 65, correct? And the O2 saturations were decreasing as you read. So you would agree with me, would you not, that this was an oversedation event which was quickly reduced by a reduction in the dose of Precedex? Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. administer, you
essentially.
You were asked some questions about a do not resuscitate order. And I think you talked a little bit about your philosophy on handling those questions with a family, those situations with a family. In terms of the goals of having that conversation, I assume one of the goals is to have that code status in the record to be able to direct staff as to what to do.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
The primary purpose of, and whether it's DNI, DNR, the primary purpose to make sure that the wishes of the family are clearly expressed in the medical records and then observed in the event something happens.
Yes, correct. Generally, you'd have this conversation with the patients themselves if they had capacity to do so. And, you know, and a lot of times actually people have, well, let's just say it takes a good conversation with somebody who's able to communicate to get through what the patient, or in this situation, the family wants. And the only way to do that is have a open and honest and collaborative discussion with no time frame and non-rushed. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't do this. I know everyone has grievances with medical care and how much time the doctor has with them and all those things. But my practice has always been to strive to essentially hold these conversations to honor what the patient or the patient's family wants. And so it's important.
Over the course of your career, I assume you've had a number of discussions with families about DNI, DNR.
I've had a lot of conversations about DNI, yes.
Thousands.
Every patient that comes into the hospital, actually on admission, should have a conversation generally about DNR, DNI, just as a blanket, saying, you know, and if they need further clarification, then we provide that. Most people obviously want to be resuscitated when they come to the hospital, or have already determined, based off of a lengthy conversation with their family provider and a previous hospitalization, what their wishes are, and they just relay those wishes. And then, or they would say, hey, I have this form, or I have this, you know, piece of something. In Wisconsin, it's, you know, you can have a bracelet that you come in with, you can have a form or something to say that, or you can just say it. And so we know based off of that. Along the way, as someone's care changes and their picture changes, or if they have capacity or not, which means can they make their own decision or not, sometimes people lose the ability to do so. We have to re-explore that decision, and we have to kind of have these conversations. A lot of times it's under the wing of like a palliative care physician that comes in and spends that hour with you, or hour and a half. Sometimes it's not, right? So it's essentially an important conversation that happens in the inpatient setting to essentially align the goals of care of the patient in all aspects of their care, essentially.
In all the conversations that you've had with families about DNRs over the course of your career, have you ever entered a do not resuscitate order unilaterally?
I've never ordered it unilaterally.
Every DNR order that you have entered into a patient's chart has been with the consent of the family?
100%.
In this case, in your conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Schara, if you had any doubt about their decision as to whether to consent to a do not resuscitate order, would you have entered that order?
I would not have entered the order unless I was sure that the family, I mean, just from the get-go, they said do not intubate. I had to clarify that and had that conversation because it was, you know, you come into a situation and someone's already saying they didn't want to intubate. That's the report you get, and you know, they're full code in the computer, and you need clarity on. I'm like, well, why do you want no intubation? We have to talk about that. And then the end result of this 2 conversations we had extensively was that no, we definitely do not want to intubate her. And then also leading into, well, okay, if you definitely don't want to intubate her, do you know what that looks like with the resuscitation portion? Because it's not going to work if you can't, you know, it's futile. And so my understanding from spending so much time with Scott and a brief amount of time in conference with his family was that was their wishes. I mean, how much more explanation can I give you? I gave you as much explanation as I could. You answered as many questions as you asked as many questions as you could. You deliberated overnight, and you came back to me with an answer, and then we deliberated more. And at the end of that conversation, I was very confident that we came to a resolution to say, this is what we want to do, and this is what the family wants.
Thank you, Doctor.
Anything, Attorney Frankowiak?
I have a couple of questions, Doctor. I believe you had said that when you first spoke to someone from the family, you had called Cindy.
Correct.
Okay. And you understood Cindy to be the power of attorney, or the person listed as the power of attorney.
Listed first.
Okay. And you talked to Scott later because Cindy really asked you to talk to him.
Yes.
Okay. And I think as I heard you correctly, from your perspective, you had no problems whatsoever communicating with Scott electronically or over the phone or over FaceTime, however you managed to do that?
No, I thought that Scott and I got along well. I thought we were developing a great rapport. He was very cordial and very nice on the phone. Right, we were, and that's just how the conversation went. We were very open and honest.
Okay. And if he had questions, he could ask them and you could understand them and you could respond to them and you had no problems doing so.
100%, yeah.
Okay. You understood him to be the advocate and the decision maker for Grace?
Yes, Scott was, he was definitely the driver of our healthcare. Over any of his family members. So he was the go-to person.
One other question I have for you, Doctor. I think if I wrote it down correctly, you had said that Precedex does not affect the respiratory rate. True?
Right.
Okay. Are you able to, can you just elaborate on that and tell me what you mean by that?
Right. Precedex is kind of a unique medication. The reasons why it's used in the ICU is particularly because we don't want to affect that compensatory mechanism I'd mentioned before. So it helps with agitation in the ICU without affecting other parameters like the respiratory rate. So that's why it's kind of favored to be used, and it's titratable, which is not, a lot of medications you have to give up an actual dose, and you have to do it every 6 hours continually. This medication is an infusion, doesn't affect the respiratory rate, and a lot of people in the ICU are having respiratory or cardiac issues. That's what the ICU generally sees.
Doctor, just one last question for you. Would it be fair for me to say that everything you did, all of the decisions that you made and all of the care that you rendered to Grace were done with the intention to help her and to help her get better and hopefully get out of the hospital?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I have.
Attorney Administrator, anything?
Not at this time, Judge.
Okay. Do any members of the jury have questions for Dr. Shokar? If you could just raise your hand so we get a kind of an idea. So it looks like there's 4 of you. Well, the young guy is going to ask. It's good. So we can does everybody have their number? Okay. So, and as they're going through these questions, members of the jury, I know the bailiffs had talked with you at lunch regarding tomorrow, and hopefully that's going to work out with everybody. And at this next break, you'll be given more information about that. I think our start time for you would still be 8:15. And then we'll go as long as it takes for the parties to do their witnesses, but we won't go past 4 o'clock. If we were to get done early, let's say 2:30 or 3:30, we would just end at that time. We're not going to start the next witness because that witness is scheduled to fly in over the weekend, and they'll start Monday morning. Yeah, so for tomorrow, those details will be given to you, and then of course lunch will be ordered in again. And I think you probably, if you haven't done that, you'll do it with the bailiffs in whatever way you've already done that. So we'll keep that system going. Good. going to mark as Exhibit 518, the questions from juror 2749. Exhibit. Exhibit 519 are the questions from juror 2746. Exhibit 520 is from juror 386. Exhibit 521 are the questions from juror 2377. All right, and exhibit 522 will be the questions from juror 587. Okay, and the questions are the following. Do you think Grace's care was compromised by Scott resetting the alarms in Grace's room?
So here's the thing. I don't know exactly which alarms he was touching. So it's hard for me to comment on that, I would say. Obviously, we don't like people touching alarms because they're there for a reason. They're there to let nursing know something's not right. If anyone's in the hospital, you know, and IVs are annoying, so I understand both sides. I get it. But usually you should not touch any devices unless you know, are a qualified individual to do so. So my answer would have to be it potentially could have impacted.
But you don't know which ones were being reset, is what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have any personal knowledge of what transpired like that.
And is there a distinction between essential and non-essential alarms? That was a term we heard yesterday when you weren't here.
Yeah, I think that's debatable. I mean, all alarms should be essential. They're there for a reason. And who's to classify which ones are what? I would say, for instance, you can scale it. BiPAP alarms are probably a lot more important than IV alarms, let's say. Okay. But they're all alarms for a particular reason.
Excellent. What is the typical treatment for someone that is diagnosed with pneumonia? What types of medication is given and what type of equipment is generally used?
Sure. So pneumonia is pneumonia is a broad term. Pneumonia essentially just means something's in the lungs. So it could be bacterial pneumonia, it could be viral pneumonia. So pneumonia is a pattern we see on an X-ray, for instance. That, okay, you have something in the lungs, and we can say pneumo is kind of a derivative of the lungs. So it depends on what is happening. Is it a bacterial infection? You could use things like antibiotics after targeting what type of bacteria that could be infecting. There's many bacteria, right? And so you can use those agents. If it's viral, most of the time we can't do anything for viral infections. Unfortunately, we don't have great, we have antivirals, but for certain types of infections. And there's lots of different viruses and lots of different bacteria, right? There's fungal infections too. That can happen. And in these particular cases, when you say pneumonia, in a COVID picture, for instance, what you're really looking at is that viral pattern that happens in the lungs, which is showing damage and these patchiness and this particular way that it presents to show that, well, this is damage essentially, or things that are inside the lung units. We call them alveoli, where all the blood exchange happens. And so you can see that, okay, well, these are filled with something. That's pneumonia. But now it's the job of the provider to determine what type of pneumonia, essentially. And that's based off of clinical history, labs, imaging, all those things coming in together to make a clinical impression to say what's most probable. You have lots of possibilities. What's the most probable reason for this pattern we're seeing? And then we intervene on it and we test for it. Sputum cultures, those kind of things, if there's anything productive, labs, those things. I hope that answers that.
How long does it take to be able to see the effect of lorazepam?
Well, that's a good question. It depends on how it's administered. Generally, when people take lorazepam, how they know Ativan, it's a pill. And so pill, it's a little bit longer absorption, so you won't see that effect for a little while. But IV Ativan, which is you're talking about, has a peak effect time. And when I say peak effect time, that's when you're going to see an effect or side effects, and that's within 3 minutes. So it's actually pretty fast. Ativan, you could say 5 minutes, but essentially when you give IV antibiotic, you should see something happening within 5 minutes. And if you don't, side effect or effect, then it was ineffective. And the duration is a different situation, which leads in, okay, it could last for maybe, there's a peak duration too. And then there's a half-life, as you may have heard, which is how fast it gets metabolized and eliminated from the body by half every time. So there's a lot of concepts. Those concepts are in the realm of pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. It's just how every drug plays in the body. And it's also dependent on a variety of factors like someone's weight and, a couple things like that. So I hope that answers that.
Every time you mention weight, I get sensitive.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So the next question is, after receiving DNI confirmation from Mr. Schara, did you discuss what medications might be used to treat a life-threatening event?
Oh, thank you for asking. We didn't get to that portion of the conversation on the 13th, essentially. After initially, again, I said at the beginning of the conversation, they confirmed DNI. That conversation then went on for another 30 minutes or so to 45, essentially saying, clarifying the DNR portion of it. And when I say DNR, I don't just say we're not resuscitating. We talked about compressions, the risk of compressions, fractures. We talked about medications that can be used. We talked about defibrillation and, can we get the heart restarted if there's a shockable rhythm? So, you go through a conversation about a few different elements about that, so you can get a good understanding of what actually happens. And then we talk about, obviously the futility if you have an irreversible cause. I mean, generally you resuscitate if you have a reversible cause. You have a heart attack, you have good viability, you have all these things. We want to resuscitate. But in cases where you literally is damage and you're not going to oxygenate, for instance, in this case, it becomes a futile effort.
Plaintiff states that the Scharas were not aware of either Procedural or lorazepam being used. Are these medications typically discussed before use with the patients or with their power of attorneys?
Generally, in the management plan of the day by day, if you're going to initiate something, you will initiate it, and you can talk about it with the patient. Say, hey, I'm going to give you this medication for this indication, and so generally you would also do that with the power of attorney as their proxy, essentially. What on initiation or in throughout the hospitalization. I believe in this. I mean, in this particular case, I had conversation, and I don't want to. I basically want to say is that I did have conversation with Scott, and he was aware that that she was on medications for sedation. Now I can't speak to him to say that was it lorazepam or Precedex, which one he knew about, but he didn't know that we were going to try and wean some stuff off to try to get her as per his wishes in our collaborative conversation about it.
There were two subparts to that question that I probably should have asked before, but so I think your answer to it is typically it is discussed with either the patient or the power of attorney. And so then the follow-up question is, if so, do we have a record of this with this case?
Yeah. I don't know, because again, these medications were added prior to my time coming on. So for instance, Precedex would have been discussed at the time of initiation and ongoing. And I'm assuming she'd be updated at some point by nurses. Oh yeah, he's on, or somebody would see the IV, question about it. And same with the Ativan, that you would find that along the course of your hospitalization generally.
The next question is, the jury was shown an exhibit that showed Jessica was listed as a power of attorney in addition to her parents. So would it be fair to say it was a failure on your part to fully read the POA paperwork given, since you didn't know that Jessica was listed on that paperwork?
Well, remember, this was 4 years ago. The paper is one part of it. My sign up from Dr. Baum was the POAs are in number one order, Cindy Schara, then Scott Schara. That's who you talk to in that situation. Jessica was listed on the paperwork, but I'm glancing at paperwork to say, okay, well, these are the two people I'm going to be talking to in number one and number two. In the instance that, for instance, I was unable to talk to Scott, I would have moved on to Jessica at that point.
How will any of the 3 drugs given to Grace cure COVID?
Just a little bit of clarification in that factor. COVID at this time, this is a little bit more medicine, I guess, but they're not cures for COVID. These are symptom management medications. Okay, COVID virus causing damage to the lungs. She was actually over the acute virulent phase of COVID. She was actually in a phase of inflammation. Your own body, a systemic inflammatory situation where your own body is now damaging itself. And so that happens around day 10 of COVID. And this was the biggest concern, was, okay, well, you got COVID, and you got over it, but then 10 days later, you start having shortness of breath. And then you will get an x-ray and you see pneumonia. So these are not medicines designed to cure COVID. These are medicines, for instance, remdesivir, you can give an early phase to cut viral replication in that phase. You can give Actemra later on to curb the body's immune response to what happened with the virus and the body's overreaction causing damage to the lungs. So you can give Actemra in that situation, to help with that. You have to have obviously certain stipulations and make sure everything's safe. Medications like Precedex or Ativan, these medications are used as supplement to try to help the situation when you're breathing fast, when you are, let's say, overcompensating, or agitated in an unfamiliar environment, when you're in the ICU, when you're trying to take off the thing that's supporting your breathing, the BiPAP, when you're trying to take out lines from your eye, which are the way that we give medications or anything for an emergency purpose. So these are supplementary medications. They don't cure COVID.
You had testified that there was a standing order for Precedex and lorazepam, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this next question is, do you know why those were initially prescribed?
Right, so through her hospital course, excuse me, Through her hospital course, it was apparent that Grace was getting periodically agitated. And how do they know that? Well, if you have some anxiety or agitation, that's fine. If you have agitation and anxiety or some degree on that realm of spectrum of things that's now interfering with the things that are saving you, that's a problem. And so we have to then really consider about intervening on that with medications that can calm you down. So in Grace's situation, it's well documented that she was trying to take off the BiPAP machine. We knew that if she takes out the BiPAP machine, what's going to happen is she's going to get low oxygen, you know, or take out her IVs or whatnot. So I hope that clarifies.
Are other non-drug or non-intubation cures available for one struggling with oxygen intake?
I mean, again, that situation, but in this particular situation, the optimal thing that you would have done in that situation would have been to intubate. Because when you intubate, you actually take the burden off the lungs. You're breathing so fast. You're spending all this energy breathing. You feel air hunger. You feel anxiety from this. You feel all these kind of things. You're breathing fast, fast, fast. One in and out 1 time per second, right? People can't go more than 2 minutes. I'm telling you, when you try to do this, you'll pass out. So you're going. What was the question? Sorry.
Yeah,
I'll get to the end part of that.
I'll just read it again. Are other non-drug or non-intubation cures available for one struggling with oxygen intake?
Right. So do anything, to be honest. You can ramp up the BiPAP as high as it goes, which is what we did. And then what's going to prevent more and more and more and more, getting more anxious, more agitated. You get into this state where you just can't take a breath. Okay. Absence of intubation, all I can do to try to help is improve her respiratory efficiency and reduce her energy burden. That's all I can do. And so again, early in the day, she's hypoxic. Okay, well, I can't do anything. All right, now later on, now she's really hypoxic and she's hitting almost 60 on her respiratory rate. I got to intervene or she's going to crash right there. So you don't have a choice at that point. It's an emergency situation. You got to give something to help in the scenario to keep her going and give her a little bit of a chance. Maybe things will turn around.
All right. Do any other or anybody on the jury have any additional questions for this witness at this time? Let's turn it back over to you, Mr. Administrator. Any follow-up? Attorney Guzzi? Attorney Frankowiak?
Just one or two. Doctor, what if it's fair to state that nurses do not conduct informed consent discussions with patients with regard to things like medications, true?
No, that's inappropriate. It's a physician to patient communication.
Okay. You were also asked a question there about some of the things that...
Sorry, sir, can I take that back?
Sure.
Nurse practitioners who are trained to do this can also do it. There's a lot of good palliative care nurse practitioners. We call them advanced practice nurses, that they can do that as well.
Okay.
So it's not physician only, it's you're in that practitioner physician relationship.
Good point, doctor. And in this case, we, for example, Nurse McInnis and the other nurses you were dealing with in the hospital are not nurse practitioners. They were RNs.
Correct.
And
so they would not be in that scope.
Okay. And doctor, can agitation itself also increase respiratory effort and therefore even make it harder and harder to breathe?
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the secondary thing besides hypoxemia, which was the main driver in the situation. You had an additionally, well, it could be an agitation component, which is driving up the respiratory a little bit more where it didn't need to be there, where she's compensating at a particular respiratory rate. But now when you're driving up to 60, that's becoming inefficient. And even though I know the body's trying to do it, it's not actually working. So we want to get her back down to the highest level of a respiratory rate that you can go to that delicate balance of oxygenation. Because you do need to hyperventilate, but there comes to a point where you're going to crash if you do it at a high level. I mean, anything over 40, you can crash. It's hard. You approach 60 and people can't sustain that. You got minutes.
And that's one of the reasons why agitation needs to be managed in an ICU, particularly with a COVID patient.
Right. I mean, the main thing with what agitation be controlled with is because if you're trying to impair your own treatment plan, essentially, not by yourself. I mean, anxiety is a lot of people suffer from anxiety. It's a silent thing in our community in America. It makes you, it changes your perception of what you do. So it's different. Objectively, you can see that and say, okay, well, you know, maybe I should intervene on this by using some medications. And sometimes you let it go because you can redirect or you can do other things that can help.
Thank you, doctor. That's all I have.
Attorney Administrator, anything for this witness? Attorney Guzzi, you're saying no? All right. Any other questions from members of the jury? Okay, Dr. Shokar, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony.
I'm just going to leave these exhibits here.
Thank you. What's the plan, Attorney Fleiter?
Your Honor, we intend to call Dr. Gilbert Berdine.
Okay, and is he ready right now?
I just have to go get him.
Okay.
Yes, I'll go check in.
Excellent.
See what we can do about technical setup.
Okay, so I know that the jurors need a break around 2:30, but what we'll do right now is just give you like a quick 5-minute break in case somebody has to go to the bathroom or something, but that way they can readjust and bring in the next witness. So the jurors, and you can keep your notebooks on the seat if you want in this case, because we're going to stay in the courtroom and the staff will be in the courtroom, so they'll stay private. Otherwise, you can take it with you and come back. Yeah. Jurors are excused. Be seated. This is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. We had 2 sidebars that I would like to make a record of. During the first sidebar, Attorney Administrator, you requested that I strike Dr. Shokar's testimony. Record. I think that was the initial request. Attorney Frankowiak, you indicated that Nurse McInnis will confirm Dr. Shokar's testimony, and we were talking about the difference between you know, the entry of the in the record of when certain things happened compared to what his testimony was. When I think he testified twice that things might have been off. My answer during that sidebar was, I think it's all proper for cross-examination. So you can point out that Dr. Shokar's testimony is different than what the record was. But I think it's fair for him to relay everything that was going on live that he has knowledge of and was familiar with, and might explain why a record wasn't accurate if that's what he said. And at the end, so I encourage you, Mr. Administrator, to continue your cross-examination, and you weren't being limited in any way, and that, but I wasn't going to strike testimony because it was his recollection of what actually happened. And eventually the jury they're going to believe whatever it is that they find credible. I think that was the end of our discussion. So anything you want to add on that sidebar?
No, sir. Thank you.
Attorney Frankowiak, anything on that sidebar?
Nothing on that, Your Honor.
And Attorney Guzzi? Second sidebar had to do, Attorney Guzzi, with, I think you and Attorney Frankowiak agreed, but you were the spokesperson, that you were concerned that Attorney Administrator was getting close to an alt-like question. I indicated I didn't think so, but you said, well, you just want to kind of give caution so that he wouldn't go into that area. Attorney Administrator, you had indicated that you were prepared, that you weren't going to ask alt-like questions, and that wasn't your intent. So we agreed that you could continue your examination, and you did so. Anything you want to say regarding that sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
Attorney Guzzi?
No, Your Honor.
Attorney Frankowiak?
Nothing on that, Your Honor.
All right, we have the jury questions, which are exhibits 518 through 522. The only objection was Attorney Guzzi and Attorney Frankowiak. You objected to the middle question on Exhibit 522. And the question had to do with why did Dr. Bach initially prescribe Precedix and lorazepam? I asked the question. I took out the doctor's name because I didn't know if that was, and I thought Dr. Shokar answered it okay. Was your objection on foundation? Okay, that's what I anticipated, and I framed it in a way where I asked him, if you know, can you tell us why it would have been? And he answered. So anything else you want to say on that objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, and then 518 and through 522 are received. Do you guys need more time, or are we ready with the jury?
Your Honor, I don't know if this is an issue, but I talked briefly to Attorney Administrator, and I guess there might have been a question in terms of whether or not information testified to during this trial can be imparted to future witnesses, including experts. That would technically, in my view, be a violation of the sequestration order. Moreover, it might also even implicate the motion in limine that would preclude new opinions, for example. And I just maybe wanted to clarify that. I assume that where I would take the position, at least, that the sequestration order would address that in terms of telling future witnesses, including experts, what other people have testified to previously in trial.
I always thought you could tell an expert, because if you're going to, and Attorney Guzzi, you agree with me? It seems like you're shaking your head for the first time. He was shaking his head and
No, I'm kind of doing
wobble.
yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it's one of those
Normal
things
side to side, like I'm hearing one.
I mean, I've had it both ways in different courts.
I think what I'm going to do is, if there's an expert here, and I kind of consider Dr. Shokar, well, he is an expert, but he also wasn't here for 2 days, and he could have been. So I think when Mr. Administrator did it to him, it was just an effort to bring him up to speed on what was said, and then he got to his question, which I thought. And so when you get an expert in, I think it's fair to say, here's what the testimony has been, and you have an opinion or thought about that, for example. You're saying you don't want that to happen?
Well, for instance, with the expert who's coming on now, whether or not anything that was previously said, for example, by Dr. Shokar or anyone else earlier today, whether that can be imparted to him. That would be the question. Because again, the concern is also that something like that becomes transformed into a new opinion.
everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, we're just gonna go, maybe 40, 45 minutes. Then we'll take the normal afternoon break and we'll come back out. And the plan is that, we'll go till 4 o'clock, which will work out perfect. Your next witness, are you gonna handle this, Mr. Flater?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. And who is that?
Dr. Gilbert Berdine.
Okay, Dr. Berdine, if you wanna come on up to the witness stand. Right up around. And if you could, when you get up there, if you can just remain standing. And then raise your right hand and the clerk will swear you in.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good afternoon, doctor. Welcome to court. My name is John Fleiter. This is the first witness that I've done, so I wanted to just remind everybody and say hello. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Gilbert G. Berdine, MD.
The MD, that means medical doctor?
Correct.
And I'd like to start, we don't have a ton of time today. I think Your Honor said maybe about an hour or so, but I'd like to start with a little bit of your educational background. Where did you do your bachelor's degree?
The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, known as MIT.
After you finished MIT, I assume you went to med school, is that correct?
Yes.
And where did you go to med school?
University School of Medicine.
Okay, so you did bachelor's at MIT, med school at Harvard. When was this? When did you obtain 8? And have you been practicing consistently since 1978 when you obtained that license?
Yes. 46 years and counting.
46 years and counting. We've talked a little bit with Dr. Shokar about the concept of specialties and board certifications. Do you have any board certifications?
Yes.
Okay. Which ones do you have?
Internal medicine, pulmonary diseases, and my board certification in pulmonary diseases predates the existence of critical care and sleep medicine. So I have grandfather privileges in critical care and sleep medicine.
Okay, and the jury did not go to med school. So I want to talk a little bit about what those specialties and board certifications are. I want to start with internal medicine. Could you just tell the jury briefly what internal medicine is?
So it's the diagnosis of illnesses of your internal organs and recommendations for treatment. So internal medicine is a contrast with pediatrics in that pediatrics takes care of children and internists take care of adults. And we are contrasted with surgeons in terms of surgeons perform operations and internists do not.
Understood. The second certification that you said that you had was pulmonary diseases. That relates to pulmonology, is that correct?
It's diseases of the lung.
Diseases of the lungs, that's pulmonology or pulmonary diseases. And then last, you said critical care. What is critical care? What does that mean?
Critical care is taking care of patients in intensive care units.
And that's sometimes called an ICU?
Yes.
Got it. Are you licensed to prescribe medications, including controlled substances that are legal?
Yes, I have. I'm licensed to prescribe controlled substances with the exception of the class 1 drugs. And that would include heroin and LSD, which have no medicinal value. And Schedule 1 is only issued to people who are doing research.
Okay, and heroin and LSD, that doesn't have anything to do with this case, does it?
No.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you still have an active medical practice. I assume that means that you're treating patients to this day?
Every day except not today.
Not today, because now you're here with us. Where do you treat these patients? Where are you from?
Where am I? Well,
Where's your clinical practice
where's my
at?
practice? Lubbock, Texas.
And where do you work in Lubbock, Texas?
Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center.
And you mentioned that term ICU earlier. I'd like to just talk a little bit about your experience with ICU patients. Could you just tell the jury briefly what your experience is there?
Well, I've been taking care of ICU patients starting in 1978 and continuing until January of 2025.
And there's been a lot of discussion so far in this case about the drug Precedex. In regard to the patients that you're referring to in the ICU, were any of those patients on Precedex?
Over 100.
Okay, and you were actively involved in the management of those patients' care? You said you work at Texas Tech as a clinician. Do you have any other roles at Texas Tech?
Yes, I teach.
You teach, you're a professor?
Well, I'm an associate professor.
An associate professor of medicine, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, and what subjects of medicine do you teach?
I teach the first and second year medical students respiratory physiology and respiratory pathophysiology. And I also teach within those courses medical ethics.
Okay, that first thing you said was respiratory physiology, right?
Correct.
Okay, what is that? What's that mean?
That's the basic principles of gas exchange, how we get oxygen from the air into our blood, and how we get rid of carbon dioxide from our cells and put it back into the atmosphere.
Got it. And the second thing you said was, correct me if I'm wrong, respiratory pathophysiology.
Right. That's all of the ways that the normal physiology can go wrong.
And pathophysiology, is that related to how things can go wrong in regard to lung diseases?
Correct. It's various disease states. So one topic in pathophysiology is cancer. One topic is infectious disease. There are obstructive lung diseases. There are restrictive lung diseases. And we have a special session or day devoted to a respiratory failure or ARDS.
And those kind of respiratory diseases that you're referring to, would that include COVID-19?
Yes, I give an entire session on COVID-19.
And I just want to be clear, Doctor, Texas Tech University has actually hired you to teach medical students those subjects.
Yes.
Understood. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
No,
I gotta bend this microphone.
It's not you. We've been having issues with the mic. There's a
I'm
slight
just not
delay.
close enough to it.
We'll see. You mentioned medical ethics. Do you remember
Yes.
mentioning that? Okay, you said you taught that to students inside of your respiratory classes or your lung classes. What sort of medical ethics do you teach to these medical students?
I give sessions embedded in the, my sessions last usually a half day. And within that half day, I give several hours long sessions on ethics, and the topics I cover are informed consent and how to resolve disputes when the physician's plan of care disagrees with what the patient wants.
Excuse me. Have you won any awards related to medicine for your teaching?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of awards?
I've been awarded outstanding, the outstanding teacher in the basic sciences, and I've been awarded the block award for the Organ System 2 course.
Understood. Do either of those awards, they have to do with a term we're going to get into in a little bit, but blood gases.
Yes, so when I was awarded the outstanding teacher in basic sciences, that was the year that I revised the respiratory physiology course and introduced within the curriculum a session called the ABG workshop.
What's ABG stand for, doctor?
Arterial blood gas.
Okay, we're going to get to that in just a little bit. There's a lot of medicine in this case. And so before we get into your opinions on this case, we're going to do a little workshop to hopefully get the jury up to speed on the terms and things that we're going to be talking about. So the first thing, doctor, that I would like to discuss is blood pH. Okay, can you just explain to the jury first the term pH, what that means, and then how it relates to the blood?
So pH is a measurement of the acidity of any solution, and lower is more acid, higher is less acid. And for blood, normal pH for blood is 7.40.
Got it. So it's a measurement of the acidity of the blood.
Yes.
Okay, that's pH. Got it. I want to talk a little bit about when pH can become concerning. Okay, you said that a normal, could you just remind us, what is a normal range of pH?
So the normal value is 7.40, but we can have individuals with small deviations from that. And in general, anything from 7.35 to 7.45 is considered okay. pH is one of those things that too little or too low is just as bad as too much or too high.
Understood. You mentioned earlier, as pH goes down, that means the blood is becoming more acidic?
Yes.
At what point of pH is the blood dangerously acidic?
So at 7.2, if you get below 7.2, it's generally recognized that intervention is necessary.
Got it.
And when I say intervention, I need to clarify. So if we have even small deviations from norms, we want to find the reason and we want to correct the cause. But when it gets below 7.2, we have to take active intervention to make sure somebody doesn't die before we fix the problem.
Got it. Now, we know as the pH is going down, that means more acidic. What's the term for when pH is going up?
That's, well, it's base, too much base, or alkalatic.
Okay, so base is the opposite of acid. Is that fair?
Right. So when you're talking pH, if you're too acidic, that's acidemic. And if you're too basic, that's alkalemic.
Understood. You said, what was it? What you said about the acid?
Acidemic.
So when you're acidemic, that means you have too much acid in your blood. Yes. Understood. Doctor, I think the first one was the first thing you said, that
the cells generate too much acid and it gets into the blood.
So in that case, the body is making too much acid.
Yes.
Okay. And if the cells don't receive enough oxygen, can that lead to the cells producing too much acid?
Yes, that's called lactic acidosis.
Okay, and what exactly is happening there?
So oxygen is used to generate energy in the cells. The main mechanism for generating energy is called oxidative phosphorylation, where our fuel, say glucose, is combined with oxygen to break it down into carbon dioxide and water. If you do not have oxygen to be part of that process, then the cells have to resort to a second process called glycolysis. And a byproduct of glycolysis is lactic acid.
Understood. So just so we're all clear here, Doc, because you've been doing this a long time. When the cells run out of oxygen, they change the way that they make energy. Is that what there's a glycosis?
Yes. If oxygen is no longer available for oxidative phosphorylation, the cells use glycolysis and they still produce energy, but it's less efficient. And they also produce lactic acid with the energy.
And that lactic acid, where does it go?
Into the blood.
Into the blood. Doctor, how does the body respond to this increased acid production?
The main response is hyperventilation or breathing too fast and too hard.
Okay. So in response, the body will start breathing faster?
Breathing faster and deeper.
And deeper. Doctor, what happens if the body's unable to respond to metabolic acidosis by breathing, as you say, faster and deeper? What will happen?
Then the pH will drop.
And that means the blood is becoming
more acidemic.
More acidemic, more acidic, right?
Yes.
Next step of the process, doctor, what happens if the blood becomes acidic? Let me rephrase that question. You just said that the blood can become more acidic. Is there sort of a range of how acidic the blood is becoming? Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Okay, could you please explain?
So I said previously that as long as you're 7.35 to 7.45, that's okay. If your pH drops below 7.35, you start to feel ill. Now, all of the people in the jury box have experienced acidosis. And the body's response is to, you breathe hard. And this is commonly misinterpreted as being short of breath. You're not really short of breath. There's nothing wrong with your oxygen. You are buffering excess lactic acid in your blood. And if you do not buffer that acid and keep your pH close to 7.40, you feel sick. And you may have seen or even experienced athletes complete a task such as a runner in a race. They finish the race and they throw up.
Understood. Doctor, could you?
What happens when it gets worse?
Well, I want to first cover, we're going to get to what happens when it gets worse, yeah. You just said that one of the things that can happen kind of on the more minor side is you can get sick, right?
Yes.
What are some of the other symptoms?
You feel sick.
Sure, you feel sick.
Yeah.
What are some of the other?
If the pH drops below 7.2, things can become worse than just feeling sick. You can have seizures. You can have arrhythmias, which are irregular heart rhythms. And at a certain point, every muscle fiber in your body will no longer contract if the acidemia persists for too long. And one of the muscles in your body is the heart. And if the heart stops contracting, you die.
Got it. Doctor, can acidemia or high blood acid, can it cause agitation or panic?
Yes. You feel sick and you don't know why, and it's often misunderstood as being short of breath, and you think something's wrong with your breathing. And our brains are very protective of our breathing, And when we think something's wrong with our breathing, it gets our attention.
Understood. Can it cause confusion?
It causes agitation. Now, if you're hypoxic, you can have confusion, or if your pH drops too low, you can have confusion.
You said that this acidic blood on the more severe side can actually cause your heart to stop.
Yes.
Got it. Doctor, in a clinical setting such as the one that you practice in, when should a doctor suspect that metabolic acidosis might be present?
Go ahead.
So there are two ways. One is you look at somebody and you see signs, physical signs that suggest there's acidosis. The chief one would be rapid respiration or labored respiration when there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with the lungs. And the other is if you have blood tests that indicate either acidemia or acidosis.
And doctor, that blood test or one of those types of blood tests that we talked about earlier was the arterial blood gas. Is that one of the tests that you're referring to?
That's the best test.
That's the best test. Is that right?
It's the best test.
Okay. Doctor, could you please explain to the jury what an arterial blood gas test is, how it's performed?
Sure. Your Honor, may I approach the jury to demonstrate something?
I think so. Any objection?
All right. Okay. So if you look at my hand, you can see veins on the back of my hand. When they draw a venous blood sample, they will stick a needle into one of these veins or maybe higher up on the arm. Sometimes they even go for a vein in the elbow area. Now, if you need arterial blood and arterial blood gas, you have to hit an artery. The arteries are not on the surface and directly visible. You have to feel them. So, put your fingers on your wrist. You will feel a pulse. Fingers are in the right place. And the way the technician obtains the specimen is you place your index and your middle finger such that both fingers feel the pulse. And when both fingers feel the pulse in the tips of the fingers, then if you stick the needle between your two fingers, you will hit the artery. The blood spurts into the tube and you have to sample. It will be bright red instead of a dark red. That would be character of venous blood.
Thank you, doctor. What happens to the
Put on, and it will then be taken to the lab for analysis.
when you say it, you said it gets taken to a lab for analysis. In regard to metabolic acidosis that we're talking about here today, what results in that test are important to know?
Okay, so for metabolic acidosis, the result that you're looking for is called base excess. The base excess is calculated from the partial pressure of carbon dioxide, or PCO2, and the pH. The PCO2 and pH are measured by electrodes. Then using equations based on thermodynamics, from the two numbers, PCO2 and pH, you can calculate the two other numbers, the bicarbonate and the base excess. The base excess defines metabolic acidosis. If the base excess is negative, less than 0, you have metabolic acidosis. If the base excess is positive, greater than 0, you have metabolic alkalosis. If the base excess is no alkalosis.
Doctor, did you mention You mentioned bicarbonate, but I think you just said that it could be used in a calculation. Could you just say just a little bit more about bicarbonate and what it is?
Sure. Bicarbonate comes from carbon dioxide. So we generate carbon dioxide in our cells as we produce energy. We consume oxygen and generate carbon dioxide. We have to get rid of the carbon dioxide. The way we get rid of it is it's transferred in the blood. When carbon dioxide is in water, it combines with water to form carbonic acid. So the carbon dioxide is in effect an acid. When the carbonic acid is in solution, a certain amount of it will dissociate into a hydrogen ion, which is acid, and a bicarbonate ion, which is base.
Doctor, we talked at the very beginning of our workshop here about pH. Is pH measured in a blood gas?
Yes.
Now, doctor, this is this concept of base excess that you just talked about. This is very important. So I just want to make sure that the jury has a clear understanding. So I want to talk about that concept specifically. You said in your testimony that a negative number means that you're producing too much acid.
Not producing, that you have metabolic acidosis.
Okay, that more acid is being produced than
I wouldn't
base.
say produced. I would say the state of your body is too much acid.
Okay, so that's what a negative number means.
Yes, there are two competing processes, metabolic acidosis and the compensation, which is respiratory alkalosis. It's a tug of war. If the metabolic acid is greater than the respiratory compensation, you will have a negative pH. But the magnitude of the metabolic acidosis, the one side tugging on the rope, is the base excess.
Got it. And what is this base excess comes up as a number in the blood gas test? Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. The number anywhere from a very large negative number to a very large positive number.
Okay, and I want to talk about the range of numbers and what's normal and abnormal. What would be the normal range of base excess?
So most people will consider anything that is not -2 or less and less than +2. So somewhere between -2 and 2 would be considered okay.
And what would be considered critical high acid?
If you get below -4, that's a problem that requires emergent attention.
Okay, and that's base excess, doc.
That a negative base excess means too much acid.
I want to talk about that second reading that we talked about with the arterial blood gas. I think you said it was bicarbonate.
Yes.
What are the normal ranges of bicarbonate? When that doctor reads that test, what would the normal range be?
Stone cold normal for a normal partial pressure of carbon dioxide is 24.
And what would the normal range be?
So okay would be between 22 and 26.
Got it. And what would be kind of the critical low range?
So when you get to 19 or lower, that should get your attention.
So, doctor, this low level of bicarbonate that we're talking about, you're saying the lower that goes, that means there's too much acid, or what does it mean?
Well, it's dependent on both the partial pressure of carbon dioxide and the pH. So it's an interplay between two things. But what it means is for your level of carbon dioxide, you have too much acid if it gets too low.
Got it. And we know that bicarbonate can be measured in this arterial blood gas test. Is there any other way that it can be measured?
The bicarbonate?
Correct.
Yeah, so it can be measured in a venous sample, a routine chemistry panel, which gives you the 4 electrolytes, BUN, creatinine, and glucose levels. This is a common test. It's called a Chem 7 or basic metabolic panel. And the 4 electrolytes are sodium, potassium, chloride, and bicarbonate. And many labs will report the bicarbonate value as total CO2.
Got it. The third thing, the last thing, I know this is heavy duty. The last thing on that list of 3 items was pH. And pH by itself, what does it tell us when we're reading that test sheet? What does it tell us about metabolic acidosis?
The pH in itself doesn't tell you about metabolic acidosis. The pH tells you if you have metabolic acidosis competing with respiratory alkalosis, it tells you which side is winning.
So are you saying, doctor, that a person can be in metabolic acidosis and still have a normal pH?
Yes.
And are you saying that's because the body can successfully compensate for that acidosis?
Yes, you can have metabolic acidosis, and if your respiratory compensation is adequate, you will have a normal pH.
And I just use that word compensation just as a reminder. What is one of the primary ways that the body compensates for that high acid?
By breathing faster and deeper, generating more ventilation. It gets rid of the CO2, and getting rid of the CO2 is the quickest and easiest way for the body to get rid of acid.
Got it. And if something prevents the body from fighting this metabolic acidosis through the fast breathing, what would happen, in that case?
The pH will drop.
And if the pH drops too much, what happens then?
You die.
I think you touched on it earlier, but I would just want to be absolutely clear because, again, this is difficult information. How does someone die from acidic blood?
Well, there are several ways you could die from acidic blood. You could have a seizure that didn't stop, and because you were seizing, it would just be a positive feedback loop that would just generate more and more acid, and you would just continue to deteriorate.
Doc, let me stop you, because I'm sure you probably know of many ways that you can die from acidic blood. Relevant to this case, how can someone die from acidic blood?
Your heart stops.
Your heart stops. And why does it stop?
Because when the blood is too acidic, the muscle fibers can no longer contract, and your heart is composed of muscle fibers.
Understood.
And mention one more thing. So in order for the muscle fibers of your heart to contract, they have to get nerve impulses. The nerve impulses for the heart are generated within the heart. So the primary pacemaker in the heart is called the sinus node. It generates the electrical impulses that lead to contractions of your ventricle. The signal from the sinus node passes through the AV node. If you have block at either of those two nodes, there will be no signals going to the heart muscle, and you will have asystole or cardiac arrest.
Got it, doctor, and thank you for that. So that'll be the end of our sort of medicine workshop here. I want to switch in the time that we have left before the break. John, do we have a break scheduled?
It's coming close. Is this a good time?
This would be the perfect time, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just take our afternoon break. If you can take with you your notebooks and just bring them back when you return. Our idea is when you come back in, we'll just go up until 4 o'clock and then you'll be adjourned for the day. The jurors are excused.
Quiet till the jury leaves.
Step down if you want, and your attorneys will let you know where you can go to. Anything we need to do before we take a break from the plaintiffs? Good. I imagine we're not going to get done with the doctor today, so that'll just continue into tomorrow morning, and then Jessica Vanderheiden will be after that.
Think so?
Who's the next witness then?
We're not exactly sure at this stage who we're gonna put on, but we'll have enough witnesses to fill the day.
Okay. I indicated, I thought you said that she was next.
Might like to know, you're let us know by the end.
We'll definitely let you know. Sure. Oh, yeah.
So we'll talk about it at the end of the day again. I haven't received from you, Mr. Boylan, any jury proposed instructions, so that's still being worked on, I take it?
Based upon Dr. Shokar's testimony, I believe that you have an argument, I should be able to ask you now about that letter.
Okay, so we can take that up at the end of the day too.
We either take it up at the end of the day, or Judge, our understanding is that Dr. Shokar is going to be called again later in the case, we can take it up at that time, but I think we get to ask him about that letter.
So we have two issues to anything else from the plaintiff before we take a break?
None.
Okay, anything from defense?
No, Your Honor.
Right, so this is that break that typically is, 20 minutes or so. So what I'd like to say is, why don't we try to be back here at 2:45 on the clock, so 15 minutes for us, and we'll try to get them back in, right after that. All right, we're adjourned.
I know this is gonna run right up the side.
One,
following my review of the depositions of the experts for the defense.
okay, and you authored that one too? Okay. Okay. Now, doctor, we're going to go through the facts of the case from the beginning, okay? But I think it might be helpful to know where we're going, okay? So we're going to start at the end with cause of death, and then we're going to go back to the beginning of the hospitalization and work our way back there, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Step by step, how did Grace die? What was the first thing that happened?
An overdosage of Precedex caused metabolic acidosis, which was then misinterpreted by the providers as a problem with breathing.
What happened?
Partially in response to that misinterpretation, other medicine was administered, specifically lorazepam. Then the problem with the Precedex progressed, and in addition to the metabolic acidosis, Grace lost her blood pressure, so she went into shock. This aggravated the metabolic acidosis. Grace reached a point where her respiratory compensation was as much as she could do. She could not generate, so she reached a maximal compensation, but the metabolic acidosis was not stopped. So the acid, the lactic acid, kept accumulating in the blood. And then shortly before her death, she was administered morphine, which had a catastrophic effect in decreasing her respiratory compensation for the metabolic acidosis. This caused a precipitous decrease in her pH, and her heart stopped.
And she died.
Died.
Doc, you mentioned 3 drugs there in that series. Precedex, morphine, lorazepam, right?
Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine.
That was the order, right?
Yes.
I want to start, Doc, with that first drug, Precedex. We've heard a lot about it. Are you familiar with the drug Precedex?
Yes.
Okay. How are you familiar with Precedex? I know we already touched on it.
I've treated over 100 patients.
Doctor, what are the effects of Precedex?
Do you mean the intended effects?
Yes, I mean the intended effects. Exactly. Good question.
Is used to calm people, to reduce the level of agitation without causing respiratory depression. That's the intent.
And based on your experience, doctor, what are some of the, you said these are intended effects. What are some of the adverse or bad effects of Precedex?
The most common adverse effect is hypotension, low blood pressure. This will, depending on the series you look at, will occur in about 1/4 to 1/3 of the patients who receive Precedex. So it is very common, and is the main reason that patients who receive Precedex must do so in an intensive care unit so they can receive continuous monitoring to watch for that adverse event.
So if a patient's going to receive Precedex, based on your experience, they have to be in the ICU.
Yes. Then the next most common adverse event is bradycardia, or low heart rate. And that's also a reason you have to be in the ICU so they can monitor your heart rate, detect bradycardia if it occurs and deal with it. And then there are a fairly large number of less common adverse effects.
But those are the two main ones, low blood pressure, and you said fast
Heart rate.
Low heart rate. Okay, low blood pressure, low heart rate.
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, are there any materials that are available to physicians that describe some of the uses or risks of Precedex so that they can be aware?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of documents are available or document?
We have what's called the package insert, which the FDA requires to be included with all medicines so that you can see what the FDA has required the manufacturer to say about the use of the drug. And then you can also find information on various websites such as UpToDate, WebMD, etc.
And doctor, in your medical practice, are you familiar with these package inserts? Do you use them in your practice?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 37. Would you please tell the jury what that document is?
This is a copy of the package insert for Precedex, and it's dated November 11th, 2016. So this, as far as I know, this is the package insert that was most recent at the time of the events involving Grace Schara.
Okay, well, I wanted to talk to you about that because just a little bit ago, I know you weren't in the room, but we heard Dr. Shokar say that this information was a little outdated. What was the date that's on this package insert here?
November 11, 2016. And as far as I know, this is the most recent update to the package insert prior to the death of Grace Schara.
Okay, Doctor, page 1 at the top, it says Precedex should not be used outside. Are you with me? That's the beginning of the sentence. Page 1 at the top. You've got my copy, so I can't see it. But
yeah, it's at the top in a box.
okay, it's in a box.
Yes, it's in a box.
Okay. Is there any meaning to the box based on your experience?
I think this it was highlighting something, but it's the first item in the report.
First item in the report. I have it as saying, and you can read along with me, Precedex should not be used outside an intensive care unit or surgical monitor parameters. And based on your experience with the drug, and I think you might have touched on this, that continuous monitoring, why is that important again?
Because of the adverse events of hypotension and bradycardia, low blood pressure, low heart rate. So the patients have to be monitored. In case they develop adverse events.
Got it. I want to go to page 2 at the top, doctor. And again, this document would have been available to any physician using the drug, I presume. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Page 2 at the top, the quote begins, following administration. Are you with me, Doc?
Yes.
Okay, it says, following administration, dexmedetomidine, that means Precedex, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't really pronounce the generic name, so I just say Precedex.
Got it. All right, we'll call it Precedex if it's okay. It says, following an administration, Precedex exhibits the following pharmacokinetic characteristics. And then it lists some characteristics. It says, rapid distribution phase with a distribution half-life of about 6 minutes and a terminal elimination half-life of approximately 2 hours. So those are some characteristics. I think Dr. Shokar talked a little bit about half-life. There's two types of half-lives written here in this document. The first one being distribution half-life and terminal elimination half-life. Just so the jury and everyone can follow along here with us, could you just describe what is distribution half-life? What does that mean?
The distribution half-life, the drug is given through a vein, and so it arrives in the body at one spot, and it's not evenly distributed in the water of the body. So the distribution half-life is the time constant, well, not the time constant, it's the half-life. So as you give the drug, it will reach an equilibration level, and the time for it to reach that equilibration level, the half time, is 6 minutes. So rough rule of thumb, when you're talking about half-lives, if you want to know when equilibration has occurred, we usually use 3 half-lives. So within 18 minutes of administering the drug at whatever infusion rate you're administering, you will see it uniformly distributed in the water of the body in about 18 minutes.
That's with a distribution half-life of 6 minutes. You'll get it through the body in 18 minutes.
Right, 3 half-lives.
3 half-lives, got it. And then I think, importantly for this case, I also want to talk about terminal elimination half-life. What's that mean?
So that is when you stop the infusion. How long does it take to be eliminated from the body? And it follows what's called an exponential decay, which has a half-life, meaning, so the half-life is 2 hours. Every 2 hours, the amount in the body will be half what it was 2 hours previously. So again, we use a rule of thumb of 3 half-lives, and we would say that if you turn the drug off, stop it completely, it will take about 6 hours for it to be gone.
And that's, just to be clear, that's just for Precedex.
Right. Every drug has different half-lives.
Understood. I want to go to page 5, Doc. It's titled Interactions. And I think it's a two-part section there in the package insert. It starts, the section I'm talking about, it starts with co-administration. Let me know when you're there.
Oh, right. Okay.
Got it. Okay. If you could just read along with me, I think it says co-administration of Precedex is likely to lead to an enhancement of effects with anesthetics, sedatives, hypnotics, and opioids. Now, I want to break that down because there's a lot of terms in there. Great. What's that mean?
That means giving both drugs at the same time.
Got it. And then it says, so co-administration of Precedex is likely to lead to a enhancement of effects. Okay, what does it mean here by enhancement of effects?
That means if you give the 2 drugs simultaneously, the total effect will exceed the sum of the individual effects of each drug separately.
When you combine certain drugs together, it's actually more powerful than giving the 2 drugs.
It's called synergy.
Synergy.
Yes. The sum is greater than the sum of the parts.
They sort of, is that?
Enhance each other.
They enhance each other. Now it lists 4 types of drugs here that Precedex is likely to lead to an enhancement of effect when co-administered. Those 4, just for the jury's reminder here: anesthetics, sedatives, hypnotics, and opioids. There's 3 drugs up there on the screen, Doc. We're already talking about Precedex. Is lorazepam a anesthetic, sedative, hypnotic, or opioid?
It would be considered both a sedative and a hypnotic.
Got it. And then what about morphine?
Morphine is an opioid.
Okay, so both of those drugs, according to this, are likely to lead to an enhancement of effects?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move down to page 6, Doc. Where were we, Doctor? Page 6?
Yes.
All right. You see a section there that says dosage and directions for use?
Yes.
Okay, we probably all know what dosage means. That means kind of how much. Is that right? How much to give?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to be clear here. We're going to talk about some directions for use. Does a physician have to follow these directions for use?
No.
Okay. And what is it called when a physician uses a drug not according to the instructions in, for example, the package insert?
That's called off-label use.
Okay, and that is allowed, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. What steps, doctor, should a physician follow if he or she is going to use a drug, as you said, off-label?
At a minimum, the physician should inform the patient that this is an off-label use, meaning it hasn't been approved by the FDA, to let the patient be aware that there may be more questions to ask.
And the off-label use, that wouldn't have been studied, you know, in the same way as the, I think that's what you're saying, in the same way as the not off-label use.
Correct. So use, and that's why the patient may have additional questions involving efficacy and safety.
Okay, I'm still on the dosage and directions for use section. Paragraph 3, does it start with Precedex should be administered?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Please read it along. Should be a continuous intravenous infusion. That means through the veins, like an IV. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Intravenous infusion, not to exceed 24 hours. Okay. So again, intravenous infusion means an IV.
Correct.
And based on your knowledge and experience with Precedex, why should a doctor, or why would this warning be here not to use it for more than 24 hours? Understanding that it can go off-label sometimes, but why would this be in here based on your experience?
Well, if you read further into the report, you'll see that there are adverse events that increase if you use it for more than 24 hours continuously. That's one reason. Another reason is the effects. It's well known that other sedatives, when used continuously for more than 24 hours, can have adverse effects on or cognitive impairment. And that aspect of Precedex has not really been studied.
Last thing I want to talk about, Doc, with this document here, you mentioned further on in the report. Okay, I want to go to that area of the report here. I think it's on page 10. Let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
Okay. And I don't have it in front of me, doctor, so I can't see exactly, but I think it's sort of a table of the studies that were done on this drug. It has some results. Is that fair?
Right. It's
Okay.
a table of adverse
Hold on.
events.
And doctor, you mentioned earlier that you were familiar with these package inserts and you used them as part of your practice. So in regard to this part of the package insert, are you familiar with reading these types of tables in your medical practice?
Yes.
Okay. Would you just tell me how you interpret that table? Tell me what it means.
This is a list of the adverse events that were noted. And I think this particular list is from the clinical trials that led to the approval of Precedex. There are other tables in the package insert that have to do with trials done post-approval during the early marketing phase of the drug. And so these are reports, so people use the drug, and if they see something happen, they notify the FDA that I saw this happen.
Got it. And what are the results that you were referring to earlier? I think this is what you were talking about, right?
Right. The top two listed adverse events are hypotension and bradycardia.
Got it. Is there anything else that's notable about the numbers there?
About the numbers or about other entries?
Well, the jury doesn't have it. So if you could just explain to them what you think is important based on your practice.
Well, I mean, hypotension in this table was 24.6%. That's roughly a quarter. So this is not a rare event. This is something that happens frequently.
Understood. We're done with the package insert, doctor. Second drug on the list, lorazepam. Same question we started Precedex with, doctor. Are you familiar with lorazepam as part of your practice?
Yes.
Okay, how are you familiar with it?
I've used it. I don't think I've ever prescribed it, but I've administered it to patients. So lorazepam was the successor to Valium, or the brand name for lorazepam is Ativan, and it was the successor to Valium, which was made famous by the Rolling Stones' Mother's Little Helper. If you take more of those, you will have an overdose. So the advantages of lorazepam over Valium was shorter half-life, and therefore led to fewer adverse events.
Doctor, I want to stop you there just so the jury understands. You said the advantage was it has a shorter half-life, meaning the advantage is it can get out of the body faster?
Correct.
Okay, please continue.
And so it became a very popular drug at the time when I was training in medical school, postgraduate training. Precedex didn't become available, I think, until 1999. So I was well into my career when Precedex became available. Precedex, in terms of ICU sedation, has largely replaced lorazepam. Again, half-life issues, but also long-term use of lorazepam has been very problematic in terms of cognitive impairments, long-term neurologic deficits. So it became undesirable. Lorazepam is still in active use because it is particularly effective for treating delirium tremens of alcohol withdrawal, which remains a problem.
Not a problem in this case, right?
Not a problem in this case.
Okay, I know you said neurodeficits. I assume that means some sort of brain problem, is that?
Right, subtle impairments of cognitive function.
Is that a part of this case?
No.
Okay. So besides neurodeficits, what could be some of the other negative effects of lorazepam based on your experience?
Respiratory depression and hypotension.
Okay, now that's an important term, doctor, respiratory depression. What does that mean?
Slowing the respiratory rate, decrease in respiratory rate, and taking less deep or shallower breaths.
And by respiratory rate, you just mean how fast someone's breathing?
How many breaths per minute?
Got it. Talk about the concept of synergy between drugs, and I think you said earlier that is it right that lorazepam has a synergistic effect with the other two drugs on the screen here?
Yes.
Okay. Last one. Morphine. Are you familiar with the drug morphine, doctor?
Yes.
Okay, it's been around for quite some time, hasn't it?
Yes.
All right. How are you familiar with it?
I've administered it. I've prescribed it, not in the IV use, but in the oral use, drug called MS-Contin. I've taken care of many patients who are on morphine.
And I think you might have touched on this already, but what class of drugs or what kind of drug is morphine?
It's a narcotic or opioid.
Okay. What are the intended effects of morphine?
Control of pain.
And doctor, what are the potential adverse or negative effects of morphine?
Respiratory depression and hypotension.
And which of those, if any, are relevant in this case?
Both.
Hypotension and respiratory depression?
Yes.
A little bit ago, doctor, you said that, in your opinion, based on your experience, Grace's cause of death was overdose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was Grace overdosed just one time at St. Elizabeth?
No.
How many times, doctor?
3.
You said 3 times?
3 times.
And what dates, doctor, what dates was Grace Schara overdosed at St. Elizabeth Hospital, in your opinion?
The first overdosage was the later hours of 10/7.
Okay.
The second overdosage was the following day on the 8th. And the third overdosage was Grace's last day, 10/13.
Okay, so you're, in your opinion, Grace was overdosed 3 times at St. Elizabeth, October 7th, 8th, and 13th.
Yes.
Okay. You can probably guess which one we're going to start with. October 7th. Doctor, the overdose on October 7th that you reviewed, what drugs caused that overdose?
Sedex.
Doctor, I'm handing you, excuse me, I'm handing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 25. Please tell the jury what that is.
This is a drug administration sheet, It indicates time and dosage of administration.
And for what drug is this for?
Precedex.
Okay. Doctor, we've talked about this record a couple times during the case, but since you haven't been here, are you familiar with these types of documents in your practice?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to pull it up on the screen here, a piece of it, so the jury can see what it looks like, or at least the top portion. This Exhibit 1-1 here at the bottom is an error based on how it was previously marked, but the document that you have in your hand, this is the top portion of it. Now, can the jury see that? Okay, barely. Okay, maybe we can zoom it in. There we go. Okay, so what I'll do, doctor, is we're going to talk about different pieces of it, and then I'll move the screen around to the different areas so that the jury can see what we're talking about, okay? So just bear with me. First thing I want to talk about, doctor, is this top portion. Do you see where it says rate here?
Current rate?
Nope, it just says rate. Right. I think I can get a.
No, I don't see it.
How do you do pointer work? Need my tech guy.
Sorry.
Right there. How do I do the pointer? I just want the pointer. Okay, all right, fine. Okay, so what I'm talking about, Doc, is right here. Your pen at. Sorry. Right. Are you with me?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and you might need to look up at the screen. I know you have
Yeah,
but then follow what I'm talking about. It might be easier. So what I want to do, Doc, is I want to sort of inform the jury about how these documents work, these medication administration summaries, so everybody's on the same page. Where I want to start here is with this rate here, and next to rate, I think we all understand rate, but this next word to the right here is titrate. Would you please explain what that titrate word means here in this order?
Sure. Titrate is to increase or decrease the rate of administration to the desired effect.
And there's two entries here on this order. I've got them up on the screen now. And the first one appears to me to be October 7th, 2021 at 2200. That's 10 p.m. Do you see that one?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one here is October 7th, 21 at 2220. That'd be 10:20 p.m., right?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what's happening in this first entry there at 10 p.m. on the 7th?
Right. So the first entry is when the drug means it's not being given, and the initial rate was 1.0 micrograms per kilogram per hour.
And then the second entry, 20 minutes later, what's going on there?
The current rate was 1, and it was decreased to 0.7. And you see, so in the first entry, the RAS, which is a sedation scale, was +3. The second, the RAS for the second entry is -3.
Let me stop you there because we got a new term. Okay, RAS. Before we talk about the RAS, RASS, could you please tell the jury what that means here on this record, what a RAS is?
It's a sedation scale.
Okay.
So +3 is very agitated. 0 is calm. 1 is drowsy. 2 is very drowsy.
Are you a positive two or negative two?
For which?
You said one is drowsy. Is it negative
No,
one or?
-1.
Okay.
-1 is drowsy.
Got it. Please continue. Sorry.
And -2 is very drowsy. Moderation is the lowest number on the scale, I believe.
Got it. This note here that's at the bottom there, we've talked about that a few times here in this trial. You know, you're a doctor. As you read that, how do you interpret that note there at the bottom of the screen?
Right. The note says needed to quickly reduce dose, over sedation, patient's blood pressure dropped to a mean arterial pressure less than 65, and O2 saturation was decreasing. So the interpretation of that note is the patient was exhibiting hypotension and respiratory depression.
Okay, we heard from Dr. Shokar before you, but before Dr. Shokar, we heard from Nurse Hollee McInnis. In Nurse Hollee McInnis's testimony, she said, since Precedex is a titratable drug, there wasn't an oversedation event, referring to the event on the 7th. What is your opinion of that statement?
Well, I disagree with that opinion. So to try to give the jury context, if you're cooking tomato sauce for your pasta and you ask someone in the room, would you taste this? And they say it needs a pinch of salt. That's titration. To go from a RAS of +3 to -3 in 20 minutes, that's the Titanic hitting an iceberg. That's not titration. That's a catastrophe of epic proportion.
There's another term up there, doctor. It's there in that second sentence in that note, patient's BP dropped to a MAP of less than 65. That term there, BP, what's that mean?
MAP is mean arterial pressure.
Got that. What about the BP just before that?
BP stands for blood pressure.
Okay, and then mean arterial pressure.
So blood pressure, everybody on the jury is probably familiar with this. If you ever had your blood pressure taken, it has two numbers, a top number and a bottom number. The top number is systolic pressure. The bottom number is diastolic pressure. The systolic or top number is the pressure immediately after the heart pumps. So that's the highest the pressure goes. Then there's a pause in between heartbeats and the pressure drops to the low number. Now, there's an average value. That's where the mean comes in. There's an average value between the top number and the bottom number. It's not exactly halfway in between, and there's a formula used to calculate it. Sometimes they actually measure it.
And in a clinical setting, why is MAP used instead of the top number and the bottom number?
Well, sometimes patients can have an unusually high or low of one of the two, and it distorts the meaning of the blood pressure. So mean arterial blood pressure will give you an indication because the resistance doesn't change very much over small periods of time. And so mean arterial pressure is a good indicator of the driving pressure for cardiac output.
Got it. And I think the jury probably knows already, but just so everybody can be clear, O2 saturation, what is that?
So that's different from the partial pressure. The O2 saturation, the molecule hemoglobin, which stores oxygen in the blood, has 4 binding sites for oxygen. And the O2 saturation is the percentage of the sites on average that are occupied by oxygen. So 50% would be 2 of the 4 sites on average are occupied by oxygen. 100% would mean all 4 sites are occupied by oxygen. Higher is better.
And Dr. O2 saturation, if someone's in a hospital room, is that the oxygen number that's on the the screen?
Usually,
Okay. Or a family, or Scott and Cindy Schara have testified that no physician got consent to give Precedex or explained its risks or benefits to them. Is that a breach of the standard of care?
yes.
Okay, and we're going to be talking about that term, breach of the standard of care. Can you just, in layman's terms, explain what?
Reasonable.
And if a doctor does not do what a circumstances breach of the standard.
That's a breach of the standard of care.
And so you just testified that not getting consent or explaining the risks and benefits of Precedex there on the 7th, that was in fact a breach of the standard of care in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain why, please?
Yes. The father, Scott Schara, had made it very clear that he wanted to know all of the treatments given to Grace. Since he had made it very clear he wanted to know all the treatments, he needed to be informed of all. Explaining desired benefits, along with reasonable expectations of likelihood. All of the major adverse events, along with reasonable expectations of likelihood that they would occur. And then he could use that information to decide whether he wanted to accept or decline that treatment for Grace. If he's not told the information, he can't make that decision.
Doctor, for the rest of the day and probably a good chunk of tomorrow, we're going to be talking about this concept of informed consent.
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury, you've already kind of talked about it, but I just want to make sure it's clear, what is informed consent?
So there's 4 elements for informed consent. The first is you must explain the desired goal patient it can understand with reasonable expectations of the likelihood of achieving those goals. Second, you must inform the patient or advocate of the procedure with reasonable expectations of the likelihood of those risks. Third, you must discuss alternatives to achieve the desired goals other than what you're proposing to do. And fourth, all of this information must be documented in the medical record.
What we're going to do is just get up and go now. We'll just wait here for you. Not to call you out. All right. I think everybody's ready to go. So back to you, Mr. Fleiter.
Okay, Doctor, excuse me. Before the break there, we were talking about informed consent, and I think you listed some items. Just to refresh the jurors here, would you just please hit the points just quickly? Bullet points.
Okay. Number one, the goals or purpose of the procedure of therapy must be explained. Number two, the risks of the procedure of therapy must be explained. Three, alternatives to achieve the same goals other than the proposed therapy must be explained. And four, all of those three elements must be documented in the medical record.
Who has the obligation to provide that information?
The healthcare providers.
The physician or
physician, nurse, depending on who's doing what.
Objection, Your Honor, may I have a sidebar?
Sure. All right, continue. Mr. Fleiter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Point there on informed consent, Doctor. Is it the patient's or the patient's advocate's responsibility to go out and seek this information?
So that's a different people desire different levels of information. And we don't provide the same level of information to everybody. But in a situation where the patient states that they want to be informed about every therapy being given to the patient, then you have an obligation to provide that.
The Schara family has testified that no one told them that Grace Schara, their daughter, was overdosed at St. Elizabeth on October the 7th. Was not telling the family about the overdose, was that a breach of the standard of care?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury why that was a breach of the standard of care?
So in the event, when you do an initial consent or informed consent about a therapy, you're going on the basis of reasonable expectations without any knowledge of what will happen in this individual circumstance. But following an adverse event, now it's no longer average expectation, but there is some certainty involved. So following the event of the events of 10/7, the expectation that subsequent use of hypotension and respiratory depression were no longer what would be average, but far above that. In my expert opinion, the likelihood of hypotension and or other problems in Grace Schara, if the rate so you can see how this different number, we went from a quarter to a third on hypotension to over 90%. Well, that obviously is going to affect your calculation on whether you want the therapy or not. So unless you're told this information that the drug caused an adverse event, you can't make that new calculation. You cannot possibly be consenting to the therapy. And this has a very long history. This goes back to antiquity. Now, most people are familiar with the phrase, first do no harm. Now, those words do not appear in the Hippocratic Oath, but they're like the Cliff Notes version of that aspect of the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm. Now, the problem is, as we've come to modern times, is there is nothing safe. Water is not safe. Oxygen is not safe. Nothing is safe. Crossing the street is not safe. There are risks to everything we do. In order to decide whether you want something done, you have to accept the risk. So the idea of first do no harm has moved to informed consent. We give the patient the necessary information for them to decide whether they accept the risk or not. And this concept of informed consent was codified in the Nuremberg codes following World War II.
Okay, doctor. With the first overdose here, I want to talk. What drug was Grace oversedated with, or excuse me, overdosed with on October the 8th?
Precedex?
Precedex again?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Shokar, who testified right before you, testified that, after the event on the 7th, the next day Precedex was increased and there were no other events. Do you agree with that statement?
No.
Okay, and I want to talk about some things that were happening here on the 8th. I want to take you back to the Precedex administration summary that we just looked at a little bit ago. I think it was 27 there at the bottom, exhibit 27.
It says 25.
Okay, 25. Yep, we're going to look at 25. And I want to look at these entries here. The next morning, it looks like. Okay, and then the next one would be 10/8 at 10:08 a.m.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what's happening here?
So at 4 a.m., the current rate is 0.7. That was the rate that the Precedex was reduced to following the first overdosage. But the rate was increased 0.8. And to do this in light of the events of October 7th was reckless. And to do it without informed consent was unforgivable.
Now, the jury is looking at the increases here. Based on your review of the record, what happened as a result of these increases?
Well, two things happened. The first was, well, three things happened. The first was she developed hypotension. The second, she developed bradycardia. And the third, she developed increase.
Okay, there's that term metabolic acidosis. And if we remember correctly, what's the best way to detect metabolic acidosis?
An arterial blood gas.
Arterial blood gas. And what's the best part of an arterial blood gas test for detecting metabolic acidosis, doctor?
The base excess.
Base excess. Doctor, I'm handing you what's been marked exhibit 30. Would you please tell the jury what this whole document, the whole thing is, and then we'll look at the individual pieces in a minute.
So I assume you're talking about the bottom?
Oh, just what part of the record is this that we're looking at?
Well, we're looking at laboratory values.
Okay, laboratory values. Is this where the, this will be 39. It's the labs. You got it. Okay, doctor, on your page, would you please flip to the October 8th results here? We're going to get the jury over there.
Yeah, so just tell me the time you're looking at.
Yep, I think first we're going to look at this 12:25.
Okay.
Can the jury see that okay, or you want me to zoom in a little bit? Is that okay? Okay. Now, you guys aren't going to like this. I got to zoom back out. Okay. So we have, I'm focusing on these results here in the red, doctor. First one here, it says bicarb. Does that mean bicarbonate?
Okay, well.
We're going to get into what it means here in a second, but can you look at the screen, doctor? 2. I've highlighted one of these numbers in red. That top one, is that?
Okay, yeah. So
okay.
I was fair enough.
Okay, bicarb out to left, that's short for bicarbonate.
Correct?
Okay, then that second red highlighted number, that's base excess. Okay. Now we've talked about both of these numbers here, and you might remember from the previous slide, we have these scales. Hopefully the jury can still see. What's going on here? I mean, what are we looking at?
So the base excess is minus 4.4, and that's a significant metabolic acidosis.
Right now, she's a
Yes,
metabolic.
by definition, that's the definition of metabolic acidosis.
Okay, and this was October the 8th at 12:25, is that right?
Correct?
Just afternoon? Okay, and what are we looking at here with this other number? We talked about the 4.4. We've got this 19 here. What's that mean?
That's a low bicarbonate level.
Okay. And what does a low bicarbonate level tell you?
Well, the low bicarbonate level is consistent with the negative base excess, and they're showing metabolic acidosis.
Got it. Now, Dr. Shokar said there was no more events, with Precedex after the 7th. Based on your review of the record, how did medical providers respond to the situation at this time?
So the medical providers responded to the hypotension by requesting norepinephrine.
What is that?
Norepinephrine is a vasopressor. It constricts blood vessels in order to raise blood pressure.
Okay, what else happened?
So they couldn't administer the norepinephrine because you need a central line. So there was a request to place a PICC line, which is a central line.
What's a central line?
Okay, so a peripheral IV is a IV in your arm, in a small vein in your arm. Might be in your elbow area, could be on the back of your hand, but it's in a small vein in your arm. Norepinephrine is a very potent vasoconstrictor. If the IV infiltrates and the norepinephrine gets out of the vein into the tissues, you could lose your hand or arm. So it's required that the norepinephrine be given in a central line where you cannot have extravasation into the surrounding tissues, therefore you don't lose your arm. So they couldn't give the norepinephrine to support the blood pressure to fix the hypotension until they put in a central line, and that took a few hours.
Okay, so we got norepinephrine. Any other drugs to respond to this?
Right, after the norepinephrine proved to be insufficient, they added dopamine, which is another vasopressor.
Okay, another drug to get the blood pressure up.
Correct.
Okay, anything else?
There was also a problem of low heart rate, bradycardia, and so they were giving atropine.
And we heard about bradycardia earlier with Dr. Shokar. That means low heart rate?
Correct.
Okay, so we've got norepinephrine, dopamine, atropine, and a PICC line. Are those drugs, are those considered resuscitation drugs?
Yes, this was a resuscitation of shock.
I mean, how serious was this thing on the 8th?
This was a life-threatening event.
Now, I want to talk about one more piece of this blood gas test that we're looking at. And it has to do with pH. And we talked a lot earlier about pH here. And I want to talk about the same result. Can the jury see that? Right here. Can you guys read? Okay.
Yeah, the 7.39.
Yeah. Okay. What's going on there? What do we need to know about that?
pH is near 7.40. It's within the normal limits. So this tells us that the significant metabolic acidosis is being adequately compensated for by Grace's ventilation. And if you go back to the first set of the numbers, I believe the PCO2 was 32.
At the top there, PCO2.
Right, 30.
Dr. Berdine, the Schara family testified that no one told them Precedex was turned back up after the October 7 overdose. Was that a breach of the medical standard of care?
Yes.
Please tell the jury why.
Well, again, if you are not informed of adverse events, you cannot make the correct calculations on whether you want to accept risk. Basically, what was going on was a form of willful blindness. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. You can't make problems go away simply by ignoring them.
Dr. Berdine, the Schara family testified that no one told them that Grace was overdosed again on October 8th and needed resuscitation drugs. Was not telling them, was that a breach of the medical standard of care?
Yes. Yes.
Would you please tell the jury why that is?
Well, again, there's a couple of things going on. So Mr. Schara, the father, is in the room. He can see that things are going wrong. And nobody is telling him what's going wrong and why it happened. So he's going to be confused. And again, he won't be able to make the correct decisions for his daughter because he doesn't have the information on which to base those decisions.
Doctor, I want to go back to Exhibit 25, that Precedex summary here, and zoom this in for the jury. We're looking at entries here on 10/8, the day of the second overdose. First one is 1611. Are you with me?
You're on the next page. Okay, 1611. Yeah.
Okay, and then the next one here is 10/9 at 2:08 in the morning. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about this first entry first. Explain to the jury what's happening here.
So at 1611, the current rate is 0.3. So between the previous one where they turned it up to 0.9, they decreased it from 0.9. First, they decreased it to 0.8, then 0.6, 0.5. And here at 1611, they're going from 0.3 and they're stopping it. Now, that's what you're supposed to do when you have an adverse event with Precedex, is stop the drug. You're not supposed to increase it.
What about when you have two adverse events with Precedex?
Well, you need to have a serious discussion about how to prevent this from happening a third time. And one way to prevent it from happening a third time is don't give it at all. Another way to prevent it would be to have a restriction on how high a dose you could have. You could request more stringent monitoring, but you'd have to come up with a plan to make sure this didn't happen again, because it was clearly going to happen again.
Dr. Berdine, the Schara family testified that no one told them that Precedex was being restarted there on the 9th. Oh, sorry, we need to go back. What's happening here in this second entry?
The Precedex is being restarted on 10/9 at 2:08 in the morning.
Was that a safe thing for Grace?
No.
The Schara family, this is the question I was about to get to. The Schara family testified that no one told them that Precedex was being restarted on the 9th and that they did not give consent. Was that a breach of the medical standard of care?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Because once again, you can't make correct decisions without knowing what's going on. So they haven't been informed of the adverse events. They can't make the proper calculation of risk and benefit. And then You don't even tell them that you're starting again. So again, this is just willful blindness. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And that's not a good way to run a hospital.
Doctor,
Is this a good point to stop for the day?
yeah, we're about to get into the eviction of Scott Schara, so this would be a good time to be done.
Okay, that's what I was gonna try to wait till you got to a point, so. Members of the jury, we're gonna be done for the day. I think we've gone over the plan for tomorrow. You should take your notebooks with you tonight into the jury room, leave them in the jury room, it'll be locked. Just a reminder, not